Yeah, so we'll get these guys to reintroduce themselves. So, Mr. Grimm, could you reintroduce yourself to the chat and your character, if you remember who you are?
I do, just barely. So I am Grim Realities, and I will be playing Elliot Duskborn, Tiefling Warlock of advanced age.
There you go, Mr. Elliot Duskborn. And sitting next to him, obviously Jane Smith is not here this evening, she's at work. But sitting next to him in the opposite corner of the screen over there is Mr. Neon Reptile. Would you please reintroduce yourself and your character to the chat, please?
Hello, I am Neon Reptile. As many of you may know, that has recently changed to Neon, with a website handle, which will probably change on here at some point.
No, it will not. You're always Neon Reptile to me.
Well, never mind.
I might change it just to straight Neon. But
that's what works for me. I am bringing you the entertainment of Droplet, the Kenku Monk Fighter.
Definitely. And next on our list of players, we have Mr. Sticks and Stones. Would you reintroduce yourself and your character as well, please?
Hello, I am Sticks, and because we are playing in this one shot, you're going to see Salvador Ravini.
Cool.
Who is
but that's his real name.
paladin. Yes.
That's
his real name.
That's Xerxes' real name. So, I mean, we're still in this time zone, just so you know, this timeline, kind of, but
okay.
We haven't really, I originally was going to alter it from this timeline to something different, but we're going to stay within the Waterdeep timeline for now. I think it might make things a little easier. What's up, Step? And lastly, but not leastly, Mr. Dill Cripple, would you reintroduce yourself and your character, please?
Well, I'm Dill Cripple, and I'm playing Dags, the half-elf rogue. The awkward guy.
The awkward guy. Awesome. So, there are our players. I'm Evildoer, your DM. I have been DMing for now approximately 7 years, give or take, 6 or 7 years. I've been playing D&D for 30 plus. I'm currently running Waterdeep Dragon heist with this group, and also to a homebrew game by the name of Paradigm 2 Shadows Embrace, which is not streamed, but that's another home game. I'm also playing in another home game as well. So we will be I will be killing these people tonight. No, kidding, I'm joking. I mean, it may happen, you never know. This is D&D. But anywho, so without any further ado, we will get into our story. What I'm going to do is we're going to go over the recap from the Waterdeep, the last Waterdeep session, purely because why not? And I screwed up on my thing here. This is not episode 6, I just realized. This will be session 7. The last one was episode 6. So I'll just fix that while I'm thinking about it. And a happy birthday to Ari too, by the way. I don't know if it's her birthday. It would be after midnight. Definitely your birthday. So Merry Born Day to Ari in the chat too, guys. So last we left off, after an altercation at the Yawning Portal Inn upstairs, in which Droplet and Jane had aided Elliot, dealing with a rather ornery individual and a little bit racist, it seemed, had a lack of liking for the tiefling variety of personage. Dealt with in a rather unique way, both Droplet and Jane aiding in their own unique ways. Droplet then notices the two individuals that had been following you the previous afternoon on your way to the Yawning Portal, and observing that they were merely watching and not seeming to be aggressive, Droplet wanted to make himself known nonetheless. So moving around the top balcony of the Yawning Portal, and then suddenly dropping from a height down to in front of the table where these two individuals are seated, startling them yet again the second time this day that Droplet has made himself known to these two people. They quickly exit. While exiting, Dags catches a glimpse of one of the individuals and not entirely sure, but believes he may or may not have met this individual once before, but is not 100% sure. After a little bit of time goes by, you'll retreat to your rooms, where you get a long needed rest after the day's events, ready to meet Volo the next morning, who intends to show you the manor that he has offered you as payment for your returning of Floon to him, his friend. The next morning you awake, you meet Volo. He then leads you through the streets of Waterdeep, heading northward to the North Ward, and shows you Trollskull Manor, a multi-storied building, a little dilapidated, but indeed a decent building nonetheless. A former inn by the looks of things, and after a little bit of discussion, it's decided that yes, you will indeed sign on the dotted line and take possession of Trollskull Manor. It's going to need some work, and Jane offers to front the cash needed to renovate and potentially restart the inn that was once run here. Xerxes himself refrains from being involved in this transaction, however, merely asking for room and board, free of charge, which was easily agreed upon by all. Getting to the office of the notoriator, that the person that needs to notify and make things legal, you all make your mark, and it is a legal document now. You are now the owners of Trollskull Manor. Returning back to the manor, all except for Elliot and Jane, who go to a messenger office so Jane can procure the funds and some other bits and pieces in town. The rest of you head back to the Trollskull Manor, where Droplet heads upstairs to begin spring cleaning, it seems. Making a little bit of a racket up there. Dag's just hanging around at the bottom floor for the time being, not doing a whole lot, hanging around the front. Xerxes, however, had a strange feeling about the manor and decided to use his connection with the divine and his sense of things. Moves from floor to floor, discovers that you're definitely not alone in this building, and that an entity also resides here. Off the top of my head, I do not remember the name of the entity, but I dare say Xerxes has written that down. I certainly hope so. It's in my other notes, which I don't have with me right now. But there is definitely an entity within the manor itself. Comes with a bit of a story, which we did give Xerxes in the last session. Droplet also has some minor encounters with this entity also, as does Dags, through the afternoon spent in the manor waiting for Jane and Elliot to return, which they do in the early afternoon, returning to the manor. And as they do, Droplet can be heard from the upstairs rather loudly shouting, "You stupid bird!" And that is where we left off. So we're pretty much picking up at that point. Not much really came of it. Jane herself sort of turned to you, Elliot, and sort of gave you a quizzical look and sort of just shrugged her shoulders. You've heard it all. You've heard it before. You assume that something's odd is going on. It's just Droplet being Droplet. Then Jane sort of turns and as she's tapped on the shoulder by a young man. And he says, "Excuse me, Miss Smith, is it? I have a message for you." And he sort of gives her a half bow and hands her a note. She pulls it open, reads over it, and she sort of turns to you and says, "Mr. Duskborn, if you excuse me, I have some other business to attend in town. I shall return to the yawning portal this evening, and I need to oversee some more of what's going to go on here, if you don't mind. It will take a few hours.
Go right ahead, Miss Smith.
And she sort of gives you almost a half curtsy. You see that she was going to give you a real sort of proper sort of head bow, and sort of that fight that she has with this noble air of hers, or this way she holds herself. She remembers what she's been told, and sort of you see her visibly sort of hunch her shoulders over and almost sort of lean forward more, and then sort of quickly turns and heads back towards town, leaving you at the Troll Skull. As you enter the manor, you can see Dags is sort of moving around the lower floor there. He's sort of not really doing a hell of a lot. He's just looking around, poking through bits and pieces, maybe hopefully finding a trinket or two. Who knows? He's just being nosy about the place. You can hear on the floor above you, or a couple of floors above you, in fact, droplets still banging and crashing around above you. You're not sure where Xerxes is at this point, but you did hear him mention that he was rather fond of the lower levels, the basement level of the manor at that point. As you're all sort of milling around doing your own thing, a very sort of serious knock comes to the front door of the manor. I would say it was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after you arrived, Elliot. So you're still on the main floor. Dags is sort of milling around. Droplet, you would probably hear it from above as well. Like I said, it's almost like a policeman's knock at the front door. So whoever wishes to answer that, I'm just going to turn off this wind for a moment because we don't need that yet.
Dags, come with me to open the door just in case this individual needs a stabbing. We've only just gotten here. I'll go and open the door.
Can Droplet be trying to peer out of one of these eerie windows at the top?
Oh, easily.
To see who is looking
you,
directly down, just head right out the window.
As you sort of peer out the window and sort of lean down, you can just see because of the way that the front stoop sort of hangs out past, almost like a Western saloon that has that under sort of the balcony, and it's got a bit of a decking on the front there. You sort of lean over and have a good look, and you can sort of see the back of an individual, maybe as they sort of step up, maybe there might be a couple of people down there. You're not entirely sure. You can't really get a good view from where you're at. But Dags, you are willing to, you can reply to Elliot if you wish.
Dags would definitely be like standing next to the door. Yeah.
And the knock comes again.
Dags.
Again, good, strong, firm sort of knock. It's like bang, 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 bang.
Right, I guess we better open it then.
Who's opening the door? Elliot, as you open the door. As you open the door, you have met with two individuals. One rather broad-shouldered half-orc, dressed relatively well. Not someone you recognize, but the dwarven individual standing next to him, you do recognize. You recently engaged with this individual the previous day, in fact, in the bowels of the city. He gives you a bit of a grin, sort of a half-hearted grin, doesn't say anything, but the half-orc simply says, looking for Mr. Dufresne. I have a letter for him. I'm told that he resides here.
He does. Have you seen Xerxes, Dags?
Pretty sure, Dags, you would have seen him go downstairs earlier.
Downstairs, probably.
Oh yes, a dungeon, right. Come in. We're not open for business yet, and it's kind of untidy, but
he gives you a look and sort of looks at the door frame and just hands you a letter. Make sure that he gets this, will you?
Quite, yes.
Good day. And he sort of turns without saying anything else and walks away. The dwarf gives you a bit of a salute and turns and follows him out.
It came calling a little bit quicker than I would have liked.
As you look at the letter, it's sealed, has a wax seal on the front, and the wax seal has a large letter X imprinted in the center.
Usually quite nosy, but I don't know if I want any of Mr. Frane's dealings on my hands, so show me how to get downstairs, would you, Dax?
It's over here.
So you lead Elliot to the stairwell that leads to the basement level. The stairwell's a little rickety, creaks and groans under feet as you head downward. Very dark and dingy. So Xerxes, did you light any torches down here? Because you've got dark vision, so you can see quite well in this dim light. So you didn't light anything. Elliot, do you have dark vision?
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure you do. And Dags, you do also, I believe. So neither one of you struggle.
The only one.
Yeah, I believe none of you really have an issue with the dark. So you, apart from the creaky stairs, you head down. The third stair from the bottom creaks rather loudly and almost feels like it will give way. So it gives you a little bit of a start as you sort of stand on it. You give that little bit of a hop skip as you sort of tread on it and then take your weight off it just in case it gives way and skip down a couple of steps. What is Xerxes up to down here as they come down the stairs?
I've got the basement door open, looking to see who was knocking.
From the basement, you would be you're talking about the rear door, or yeah. So you wouldn't be able to see because that's at the rear of the building. Obviously, these individuals came to the main door of the building. But you sort of open and sort of peer out and look up, and there's no one visible on this sort of area out the back of it, and it sort of leads. There's a stairwell leading back up to the main sort of street level from the rear of the building. So you didn't really see anybody milling around up there, but as you sort of turn, maybe head back in, you see Elliot and Dags sort of file down the stairs, and they sort of catch your gaze as you come down.
It appears we have some correspondence for you, Mr. Dufresne. Probably not the pleasant kind. It's not your birthday or anything, is it?
No, I don't believe it is. To be honest, I don't remember my birthday.
It's from our new friends. I was hoping they'd give us a little breathing room, but here you are.
And again, large wax seal with the letter X imprinted on the center in a very particular type font, which one that you'd be relatively familiar with. You've probably seen it before.
I turn my back to them and slip my finger under and break the seal.
As you do so, you open the letter, and the letter reads as thus. Greetings. I have a task I would like you to complete for me. Associates of mine have recently been having a bit of trouble. I would like you to travel north to a town called Beachburton. Small village on the moors. From there to the home of Hound of Cabell. Once you've completed his task, and I've received word, you'll be paid handsomely and may garner an audience. And at the bottom, it's just got regards X.
I turn my head around and just go, oh, excuse me, sorry, I have it, it seems we have a job to do up north. Are you keen?
I'm keen to not make any more enemies in Waterdeep, if that's what you mean.
Well, that's a good start, and we certainly wouldn't want to make enemies out of X, if you catch my drift.
Right, you are. Well, Miss Smith has taken a leave of absence, but I did hear Droplet upstairs scolding himself again, I think. I'm not sure. And there's Dags, of course. He's here somewhere in the dark. Dags?
He's standing right behind you as you sort of turn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't they tell us not to leave town now?
Well, this is them sending us a job up north. It's a place called Beach Burton. I believe it's on the north shore of Waterdeep.
Undoubtedly, they'll keep eyes on us if they're worried about us taking off. But we now have business interests in Waterdeep and paid a tidy sum, so surely they're more confident that we won't just up and leave at a moment's notice.
Well, I think
Fair.
if anything, it's just a bit of a test as well to see if we have the ability to earn our metal. I take the letter, I carefully peel off the wax seal and put it aside in my pocket. I'll have use for that later.
Yeah.
And then I'll take out my tinderbox and just light the letter, burn it.
No problem. Easily enough done. It burns unusually quickly as you do so, almost like rice paper would virtually disintegrate in an instant in a flash of flame. So it is early afternoon, or early to mid-afternoon. You know that obviously traveling later in the day is probably not the best idea, so you're definitely going to need to rest before traveling. Obviously, traveling the next day is your best option. You know you can't really stay here, or you could. I mean, it's not going to be as comfortable. It's not really ready to be lived in. You do still have a paid room at the Yawning Portal for at least another couple of days at least. So you can make your way back there to sleep for the evening and then proceed to the edge of town to catch a coach, which will then take you to Beach Burton the next morning. Is there anything in particular you want to do before you leave? Or we can just expedite this and move to the next day. Obviously, you'll need to catch up with Droplet and inform Droplet of your impending job. So who is going to take that responsibility?
I'll go find him.
Okay. So what is Droplet doing upstairs still? I mean, you just had a little bit of an encounter with the spirit that resides here in Trollskull Manor. And I believe he said something along the lines of it was closing time and it's time to get out or something. I can't remember exactly the words. I'd have to look through my other notes. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
So, after watching the door knockers leave, Droplet will go back into the room she was cleaning. He will get another glass or bottle or anything that hasn't already been destroyed by this entity. He's just going to place it on the edge of a table or a desk.
Ah, yes.
And watch it from a distance.
And you watch it.
And turn to start cleaning and then look back at it really quickly.
And you do this for about 10 or 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, and nothing happens. Until you finally believe that you might be losing your mind, and you turn and you can hear Xerxes heading up the stairs, or someone. You could probably hear it Xerxes because his arm would probably clink and clank a little bit. He walks a very particular way with his limp. It's very distinct. And the moment you focus on the limp of the footsteps coming towards you, crash on the floor as a glass slides and hits the floor and shatters.
You right in there, Droplet? Where'd you break this time?
Droplet's just staring in disbelief now at the smashed glass, waiting for Xerxes to enter the room, at which point he will just see a disgruntled bird with its beak agape, just looking between Xerxes and the smashed glass, back and forth, just like...
Well, enough of that anyway. I suppose you heard the door. Someone knocked on it, and I believe Elliot answered, and Xanathar sends his regards. We have a job.
Follow the yellow signs through the sewers.
Yes, I love it.
Something like that. We're to head north, but are you up for it?
Dropwood looks back and forth between Xerxes and the shattered glass a couple more times before he just takes his broom, rests it gently up against the side of the door, and just nods and sort of almost clings onto Xerxes' arm a little bit just as we leave.
Right, so easy enough done. You collect yourselves, you collect what you need to for the evening, you head back to the Yawning Portal. You eventually head to your rooms and you get a good night's rest. The following morning, it is somewhat overcast. Even though it's springtime, it is a rather foggy morning, a little overcast compared to the day before. You then head again northward through the city to the north ward and then towards the northernmost gate, where anyone that's from Waterdeep, even by now, probably all of you'd realize that there are coach services that run from between the townships on the Sword Coast, and they leave regularly from the livery. You descend on the livery and you wait for the right coach to arrive, and you board it and you start heading northwards towards the township of Beachburton. It takes probably a couple of hours to get there. The ride is comfortable. It's a comfortable coach. It's designed for passengers. As I said, a little overcast, not too cold. As you sort of head more towards the coastway, you sort of head in and then back out towards the coast, the scenery changes. You're going from sort of lush forests to more swamplands and more moors, for want of a better term, moorlands and swampland. It's damp. The trees look differently. They all have moss hanging from them. It's a little darker this far north than Waterdeep. Waterdeep's the air is relatively clear. It's kind of weird. You must go from almost a really sort of bright green, lush area into a darker grayish, foggy swampland. The smells are different. The sounds are different. The sounds of frogs and things can be heard over what would normally be the sounds of birds and things like that. More swamp type flora and fauna, most definitely. You then find yourselves pulled up outside of a small walled community, which Xerxes you would be familiar as the village of Beachburton. And when I say walled, the walls are very simple. Wooden walls, maybe 12 feet high, cut and angled at the top to deter people from climbing. But Xerxes, with your skill, and even Dags, you would look at it and go, they ain't keeping fuck all out of this fucking village. It's very simple indeed. You disembark the coach and you head into the village. Xerxes, from the letter that you were received, you know you then need to head further north from the village itself to the manor, the Cabell Manor. And from where you are in the village itself, you walk along a rather narrow, sort of well-worn road as you then sort of exit the north side of Beachburton itself, and winding through the moorlands further northward, probably 3 or 4 miles from Beach Burton itself, you can see the outline through the fog of the large manor home that would be Cabell Manor. And it's on a slight raise. It kind of, you could imagine if you were standing in one of the tallest stories, it looks like it's probably multi-story, maybe 4 or 5 stories, large house, but you were standing on one of the taller areas of the house. You could probably look down over the entirety of Beach Burton quite easily from where it sits. This morning the sun is definitely shining, but it's through the mist, so it's really hazy, and you get that real sort of bright haze through the top of the house. It looks quite ominous from where you sit. You start making your way up the narrow road. At one occasion, all of you, even without a perception check, all of you swear you hear, just right on the edge of your hearing, the low bay of a large wolf, perhaps, or maybe several. It's kind of hard to tell. It's just right on the edge of your hearing. A very eerie, almost devilish howl. Quite unsettling even for the likes of Elliot. I mean, you've heard wolves howl before, and you've probably seen some things in your lifetime, and with the longer, well, you've been around for a while. I mean, probably not as long as Xerxes, or maybe even, I mean, even Dags being young as a half-elf, he's been around for a little while, but Xerxes, you've been around for a while as well. Elliot, I'd say probably longer, because you're both half-elves, aren't you? So Elliot has some years on him, on all of you, in fact. But it is even unsettling to your ears to hear this weird sort of howl off in the distance. As the manor home grows, as you near closer to it, the rolling hills and the lack of trees means you can see it long before you reach its grounds. Slate grey and imposing, the manor is sort of juts up from the land like a gravestone, with only one other building in a sort of slight low stone construction, which you believe might be could be a barn or just a guest house, perhaps. You're not entirely sure. Design is incredibly grand as you get closer still. It looks well maintained, though as you draw closer you notice that the windows on the ground floor all appear to be covered with heavy shutters. A tall iron fence topped with sharp points surrounds the manor, and once the road was guarded by a set of heavy doors. However, these now lie torn and twisted on the verge. As you pass, you notice that they appear to have been scorched in places. Indeed, the large double doors at the front of the building also, as you sort of move up the driveway and into the actual, towards the house itself, massive curved top doors, like almost like church type doors, double doors, also have several scorch marks, very visible, and covered with countless deep scratches, as are the shutters around from what you can see. So, as you're sort of looking around at this, I'll probably stop you guys at the gate before we get to the door. All of you, I would say, at this point, if you would like to, I'll get you all to make an investigation roll. First roll of the evening. So it looks like we have a natural 20 from Droplet. We have 17 and double threes. We've got a couple of low rolls here. So Xerxes and Droplet specifically. Chat, you also have some advantages and disadvantages to give out. If you type exclamation point ADV for advantage and name the player, if you have the money, if you have the points for it, it costs you points. You can give the player of your choice, or actually just ADV without player's name, just type it in. You can give the next roll of a player advantage. If you type exclamation point DM and pay the 1,000 points for it, you will give the DM disadvantage on a roll. So this is these two are specifically for the players, to help the players out. in any given situation. But with a natural 20 droplet, you would be the first to sort of as you look at the gate and you see the ironworks on the gate itself, you think to yourself, it would take something incredibly hot to do that to that kind of ironwork. I mean, the ironwork around the house is exceptional. It's well done. It's well made. It's been well blacksmithed, but it would take something very, very, very hot indeed to melt steel like that. You've seen magic uses heat metal before, but nothing like that. Xerxes, you would get the same inclination. You know enough about steel to know that steel melts at a very, very high temperature. And for it to melt like that, it almost looks like it's been turned to liquid almost instantly, then cooled very quickly as well. So very much so, it's odd. You would also understand that the damage done to the gates themselves would take incredible strength. I mean, that much is obvious. Even the two low rolls would realize that to tear these large gates from their hinges or remove them in that fashion and leave them that damage would take some reasonable amount of strength. Many, many men, in fact. If you're wanting to look around to see what may have caused this damage, let me know and we'll get another roll underway.
Droplet will simply hop over to one of the particularly melted sections. And all you'll hear him say is, I can bring you in warm, 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 warm. I'm looking at the party.
I think
Is
he's
it-
broken.
Is there anything else around the damage that would suggest it's spread to more than just that?
It looks very centralized from what you can tell with those initial rolls, especially with droplets, natural 20. Yeah, it's very, very centralized to the gates. It doesn't look like it didn't look, the flames, even though it scorched the timber quite badly, it didn't spread. It was very focused. It was designed to destroy the gate so that someone could gain entry to the grounds. That much is obvious.
I don't suppose I'd be able to tell whether that would be perhaps something magical or perhaps something from a breath.
Let's first things first, Mr. Xerxes. We'll get you to roll this one, since you're the one that's asked the question and having a look.
My
Roll
best stat.
Perception. Your greatest stat with a 6. You're not entirely sure. You know that magic there's definitely magics out there that can heat metal, but not to that extent. I mean, this has been superheated and then cooled. You're not entirely sure. I mean, I would say with that, I would even say you don't know that a breath weapon could probably do that either. Like, you've seen dragons. I mean, obviously a dragon would do it, but if it was a dragon, it would be much more damage. Like, dragons are so much bigger. So you're not entirely sure at this point.
Remind me again, Mr. Dufresne, what exactly was this image of
Or
locale?
you're cutting in and out, Mr. Grimm.
Oh no. My
you like
headset
to-
might be annoying.
Would you like to repeat that, sir?
Mr. Dufresne, would you care to remind me exactly why we're in this miserable locale?
Would you have something better to do? We can always head back.
No, I mean, like, specifically, what have we been tasked to do in this locale?
Right. Well, we're supposed to come in here and find the Cabell Manor and someone by the name of Athon. This just looks interesting on the way, wouldn't you think? Like, do you have any ideas what did this?
And I'll have a look now that's been pointed out to my attention and see if I can make any sense of it.
I mean, you've seen the gate now that you've sort of... No. Nope. You look around and you see the metal. I mean, you know that these things out there that can mount steel, but it's like, I got no idea. Like, and your passenger, your friend that's with you, sort of just, you hear him almost sigh heavily. And then you just hear the voice, that hissing, dark voice. Focus. Use the power you have. Stop fighting me.
Not for this. Just shh.
And that mocking laughter comes again in the back of your mind. So with that, you wish to discuss this any further before moving up towards the house?
Well, I can't make heads or tails of it, but I am kind of hoping we don't see whatever it is that did all this.
Either that or we're here to deal with whatever did all of this.
Right. Best stay close then. Hopefully this individual's inside this...
At this point, oh crap, forgot my screensaver kicked in. It's at this point that you hear this heavy groan of hinges behind you as you turn towards the house. The large scorched wooden doors push open and the light spilling out from inside the house. Even during the day, there is the house is well lit. You can see from some of the upper windows the shadow of a thick-set individual sort of steps forward, and as it steps sort of out of the shadow of the light and steps into the light of the day, you see a man, heavy crossbow raised at shoulder height, and calls out. I mean, you're within sort of 15, 20 feet of the door, maybe 30 feet at most, but he calls out, "Who goes there? State your business."
We're looking for Athon Cabell.
And who might be looking for Athon Cabell?
Emissaries from X.
Almost immediately, you can see a look of relief, but also anxious. Sort of an anxious look comes over his face, and as he sort of slowly lowers the crossbow back to sort of not fully down, but halfway, sort of in that sort of half mast kind of position for a firearm. Like it's, you know that he could probably whip it up and fire it if he needed to, and quickly, if he's not sure whether he trusts you at this point. He steps forward a couple more paces and says, "Come closer, let me see who you are."
I step forward.
You move forward, and now that you actually can see him more clearly, you can see that he's not actually a thick-set man at all. He's wearing a thick, heavy coat. Sort of, it's a little bit cooler here on the moors, but he looks to be a relatively thin man, but prominent cheekbones. He's got untidy jet black hair. His dark suit that's under this jacket is rather crumpled. Very clear and obvious bags under his eyes, like he hasn't slept in a few days. few days worth of stubble on his chin as well. When he first sort of looks you up and down, crossbow at the ready, sort of lowers the crossbow more fully now, rests it up against the door. You can see a rapier at his left side as well. He looks as though he's relatively well, like he looks a little sick, but he's probably more so just pure tiredness. But he looks like he can handle himself reasonably well as well. He then sort of steps forward and says, so you've been sent to aid us then? Is that what you're saying? From, who do you say again? X?
Yes, well, I believe the real contact we're probably talking about is a man by the name of Grumshar.
Yes, of course. Yes. Well, forgive me for the bow. I have to be sure that people are who they are. I mean, you know how it is. Please, all of you, please come in. Have a, and he sort of rests. You can see almost half by resting against the door as he allows you inside. He then leads you into through a wood paneled passageway and leads you into a study of sorts. Well-sized room, many bookshelves along one wall, and a large fireplace taking up much of the another wall. In this room also is a short woman. They're both human with bright blonde hair. She sits on a small couch holding a sleeping infant, maybe 18 months old. Folded up in blankets. You can see you're not sure whether it's a boy or girl from where you are, but she gives you a polite nod and a slight smile as you all enter and are shown to another couple of couches opposite her. She wears dark-coloured trousers and a white blouse, also carries a rapier at her side. Athon sort of turns to you and says, oh, please forgive me. My name is Hound of Cabell, and this is my wife, Katrine. And this is my son, Henry. Please take a seat and we will endeavour to explain why you've been asked to come here.
Welcome. And my name is Xerxes Devrain.
Pleasure, Xerxes. And you? He sort of points to each one of you individually, asking for names.
Elliot. Hopefully we can be of some aid to you, whatever your situation is.
So do I. I really do. And you can see he's visibly relieved to have someone sort of looking over you, all that to him looks like you can handle yourself. So there's some semblance of relief in his face. And he sort of looks over to you, Dags. And you are, sir?
Thanks.
Pleasure. And you, you're a Kenku, are you not? I've met some of your kind a couple of times. A pleasure, you know. And you see that he doesn't really ask your name per se. You get the impression that he's dealt with Kenku before, and he knows not to ask very direct questions in that sort of manner. He just nods and respectfully in your direction as he makes that statement.
Blood hops forward anyway to drop his beak and say his name.
As he does. Quite. A pleasure. And Katrine she makes her nods to each one of you and thanks you very much for showing up. At this point, Athon himself, you hear him call out, Barry, please, drinks, food for our guests. And shortly after calling out, a halfling woman comes in and with a tray of cups and looks like maybe biscuits, cookies, scones, that sort of light food, and places on the table in front of you. What's up, Hank? So with that, Atham himself then takes a seat and takes a cup of, looks like steaming hot tea by the looks of it, and takes a sip. So, to give you some information on why you are here to aid us in this plight, about a week ago, seems, time seems to be sort of melding into one the last few nights, but about a week ago, a tall, shadowy figure turned up here in a front door, claiming to be a devil. Could you believe it? Who made a deal with my great-grandfather. She presented me with a contract, apparently, which she claims allows her ownership of my son, of all things. Naturally, I slammed the door in her face and believed her to be just a crazy woman. And until that evening, and every night since, the house has been attacked by several large hounds. You may have seen some of the damage on your way here. The assaults start at dusk and last until dawn. And they seem to appear as the mist appears on the moors. It's quite terrifying. I mean, both me and my wife are more than capable fencers, and yet I worry that I'm not able to fight off these individuals forever. As you can see, I've not slept well. I've not dared to leave the house to fight this creature while both my wife and I, we don't want to leave our infant son unattended. There is a legend, however, and the legend itself, I never thought much of it until this happened. But, and he pulls out a sheet of parchment from inside his jacket pocket and sort of lays it out on the table and sort of starts reading from it. So the story starts with my ancestor, as I said, my great-great-grandfather, Richard Cabell. He built this manor here, the manor home. Actually, so come to think of it, it's probably more my many greats. 400 years ago, shall we say. He built this house about that time. He poured his heart and soul into this place. Took many years to build and all but bankrupted him. As soon as it was completed, he'd made some bad business deals and left him on the verge of losing it. According to the legend, as it is written, Richard made a deal with dark forces in order for him to keep this house. In return, pledged to give up the life of a Cabell once every century. People say Richard allowed his own son to be dragged into the family tomb by a foul hellhound. Of course, I never believed the story, and my father told it to me. I thought it was a story to scare me and my brothers and make it, I mean, you know how it is. You tell children stories to make them do as they're told. Now, I am concerned that there's truth in this legend, as we appear to be under siege from a hellhound, for want of a better term. The stone building to the rear of the house, that's the tomb. That's the family crypt where all the ancestors are buried. I'm at a loss to what to do. I don't know. And you can see he's visibly upset. He's visibly exhausted. And at this point, Katrina, his wife, sort of takes over and she says, we've done everything we can to secure the house, but we fear that as time goes by, we're not going to be able to defend ourselves. We're so very, very tired. So we reached out to anybody, realistically, and it appears that someone has answered our call and sent you. And we do very much appreciate your help in this manner. We have a few hours before, quite a few hours. It's still sort of early, it's sort of mid-morning heading into lunchtime. So you've got 4 or 5 hours of daylight left, maybe 6 hours. If you would like, I could take you on a tour of the house and show you the manor itself, and perhaps you can discuss amongst yourselves what sort of plan of action you prepare to take before this evening. I'm willing to help you, of course. I can shoot a pretty mean crossbow, and I can fire from the upper windows if needs be. And you can see that Athon, at the mention of this, sitting somewhat behind her, starts shaking his head towards you, Xerxes, as if to say, no, she don't refuse her help. She's done enough, kind of thing.
I think we should be able to handle this on our own. A tour would be nice, but maybe we could wait until after. I think at first we should chat amongst ourselves and work out how we're best going to approach this.
Of course. She sort of looks at her husband and places her hand on his knee, and she says, well, very well. I shall go put Henry down for a nap. If you do need me, and if you want to take that tour, please come and find me. And she stands up and heads out. She leans down and gives Athon a kiss on the forehead and heads out. And as you sort of see, she turns left outside doors, and you can see the grand staircase that you came in. And it's a grand building on the inside. The inside is very, very posh, for want of a better term. Very Gothic, sort of old English Gothic style home. Large staircase leading up, massive family portrait above the stairs, and the stairway splits and heads into the higher levels of the home. So you're now left with Athon, and he simply says, I shall return in just a moment. I'll just go help Katrine settle Henry. Give you some time to discuss amongst yourselves. And once again, thank you. I do thank you very, very much for answering this call. And he stands, and again, as he stands, it's that visible exhaustion. You can see him, he sort of pushes himself off the couch, sort of gives himself a bit of a stretch, deep breath in, and then leaves the room, leaving you to yourselves. So, you have some time, several hours before the sun sets or before the mist rolls in. What are you going to do?
Droplet is going to cock his head to the side, turn to the rest of the party, and this time when his beak drops, you hear that same low, devilish howl off in the distance.
Interesting.
Elliot, you've got some arcane ability. You carry anything that would help these folk get some sleep?
I'm afraid my passenger isn't in the business of aiding folks. Unfortunately, I don't know any magics that are very helpful to anyone. unless you want them dead.
Again, in the back of your mind, you just hear that laughter come, this time a little more sinister, not so mocking.
Maybe not dead. Maybe if Jane was here. Oh well. Have you sharpened your blades? Looking at Dags.
They're always sharp.
And what about you? What do you think you can bring to the fight? Assuming there's a fight. Looking at Droplet.
Droplet looks at you quizzically and draws his katana. Just sort of holds it. Just
So it's more than just decorative then. Ah, okay. Good.
Yes, it's true. We haven't had much need to fight as a group. I'm not one for altruistic pursuits, and I know we're here on business, but this particularly stirs me a bit. I have no love for children, but this child did not ask for this contract, and if it's in my ability to do so, I will see the end to this fuckery. And he's sort of just like looking down at his lap, and he's got his crossbow there, and he's like gripping it really tightly, and he's like staring at it intently because he doesn't know what else to do with himself.
And all, at this point, Elliot, all you hear in your mind is, trust me. I'll get you through this. I always do. Let go. Give in.
Just ignores him. This is too much like what he is for Elliot to ignore that fact.
Indeed, indeed. So you'd have some time to prepare. What you did notice as you came in is the family coach was parked somewhere in sight as you sort of led up to the house. A large black, nice looking stagecoach style coach. There is a little cover in the front sort of section of this. The trees have all sort of died out long ago. Some of them have been scorched as there was trees and stuff, and visibly now that you sort of look, if you look out the windows and sort of see what you've got to work with, many of the trees have been scorched and burnt. There's not a lot of cover at all. I mean, obviously you could potentially use ranged weapons from the building itself, although you get the impression that this creature or creatures with the scorch marks on the doors and the scratches on the doors have pretty much attacked the house on several occasions. You're not sure how long those doors and shutters will maintain integrity before they give way, perhaps. But you have got some options to maybe form an ambush outside, find cover outside using the coach's cover. There's other things you could potentially use as well. But that would be based on a survival check by whoever wants to take it. But over the course of the next hour, what are your plans? What do you decide to potentially do?
So the story he told has these hounds, or this demon dragging the family members into the crypt, would serve us while the light is still with us to perhaps go and check and see if maybe this is where they rest during the lighter hours.
Yeah, that's probably worth a shout. Maybe get them while they're down.
Hopefully we can be so lucky. All right, gentlemen, I think I don't know which way it is.
I can show you where it is, as a slight small voice comes from the doorway, and the halfling housekeeper that brought the tray in would sort of return to collect it, and she offers to show you where the family crypt is, if you so desire. And Droplet, you were saying?
Droplet is going to sort of excitedly hop to his feet a little and then scurry off upstairs to find the master and mistress of the house.
You would probably meet them on the stairs as they were coming back down. You scuttled past. Barry, the housekeeper, would sort of go, "Hey, please don't." And as you sort of scuttle past her, and as you're heading up the spiral staircase, that sort of half circle staircase to the first landing, both the Cabells are coming down from the upper level.
I would try to sort of pull at their sleeves a little back up towards the top of the stairs and just make little sleepy motions with my head.
I have to make a quick roll with her. I mean, Athon might understand. I don't think she would. Yeah. He seems to understand what you're sort of getting at, and she sort of says to Barry, calls down to Barry, she goes, please show these men what they need to see, if anything, and I'll be with Henry for the remainder of the evening. And she turns and heads back upstairs with you and Athon as he sort of follows. Do you sort of lead them, or I'm
hoping that they will guide to the bedroom.
Yes. So he leads you back to where Henry has been laid down. It's a relatively large nursery, and exactly what a nursery would be is a crib, and there's shelves with children's books. There's a fireplace that keeps the room warm, things like that. And there is a large window that does look over the front of the house as well, which is at the front of the room. The crib's at the back of the room, away from the window.
Are there any soft things around the room?
There's plenty of soft style toys, knitted teddy bears, things like that. Quite a few, not many soft toys, but maybe like a knitted bear and a sewn, maybe a unicorn or something like that.
Excellent. Droplet will, to the bemusement of everyone else in the room, I think, be gathering all of these soft objects and laying them in such a way that somebody could lie on the floor against them quite comfortably.
Okay. I would say you get a relatively confused look from both the Cabells at this point. Although both visibly exhausted, they probably just allow you to do whatever you do out of mental exhaustion and obviously not really understanding what you're trying to do. But you're here to help, so they allow you to do whatever you want at this point.
Indeed. And once I've finished arranging all
they
the
will
stuffed
not leave you
toys,
alone with Henry. That's one thing they will not do.
This is acceptable. I'm going to then guide them to it.
I see. As you do that, Katrine is the one that the penny drops first. She gets exactly what you're getting at, and she takes you by your hand, or your winged hand, and just gently kisses you on the hand and just whispers, thank you. But we will remain awake until we can put this thing to rest. But she does take a seat next to the soft toys.
what Droplet will then do is look out the window and point at the sun. Motion to it going to the earth. And then motion to the kibbles. Back to the soft toys.
Yeah, Ethan will take a seat next to his wife, and they look comfortable. Droplet's intelligent enough to know that they're not going to sleep where their child's concerned, but they are comfortable. They will. It looks like they're definitely going to stay in this room with the child, but they are more than likely not going to sleep.
Acceptable. And
While
giving
this
a
is
little
happening,
bow, we'll close the doors on them and leave.
no worries. While this is happening, Barry sort of informs you that, again, after being given instruction from the Cabells, that anything you need, please ask, and obviously I'll take you on to show you the crypt. I do not believe that these things come from there, though, but apparently, from what I've been told of the legend, that's where they go after the fact. This creature takes the, I hate to use the word, but sacrifice to the crypt. I don't know what happens after. The legend was not clear on that. You wish to wait for your friend? She sort of points upstairs to where Droplet had disappeared to. Droplet's only gone maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes, half hour.
Droplet will find us. He always does. So might as well head in that direction now.
Very well. And she leads you through another set of hallways, and through the kitchen, and then through a rear door leading out to the rear of the building. And from the rear of the building, you can see the solid stone building that's there. No windows visible, large double doors which are closed. It's only maybe 50 or 60 feet from the house, to the rear of the house to one side. And as she sort of walks out, you can see her look towards the sun as it starts to lower in the sky, and looks out to the moors, and you can see the mist starting to form in heavy pockets on the moors now as the day starts to draw in. She leads you to the double doors of the crypt, and she says, I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for here, but the doors of this crypt have not been opened in some years. And you can see there's a heavy thick-set chain around the doors with a large, thick, heavy padlock. The door, and looking at it, you can see there's a decent amount of wear on this that it has not been opened in some years.
Is there a key to this lock?
Yes, of course. Master Athon carries it with him at all times.
I wonder if he minds lending us the key.
We would have to ask him. I'm sure he probably wouldn't.
Perhaps we should just head back and ask just quickly.
I mean, I do not think the crypt has been opened since the last Cabell was interred, which would have been Master Athon's father. And that was some years ago now.
Before turning, does it look like there's any other disturbances around the crypt? Like any other cracks in that would suggest another opening?
Let's make a roll out of that, shall we, Mr. Elliot? Not Mr. Elliot, Mr. Xerxes. We shall say, make a perception roll.
Come on, chat. You want me to do this?
Anyone in chat? Anyone at all gonna help Xerxes out with this with a exclamation point ADV in the chat? This is where you want to do it. Only 1,000 points. I made them pretty cheap. There we go. Gung Ho invokes the will of the gods. So you can roll this at advantage, Xerxes. Luckily, because one was a natural one.
That was nearly a double one.
Holy crap.
It was on the one and it rolled.
So in the end, it was an 18, luckily for the advantage from the chat. So with an 18, you have a good look around the exterior of the crypt. The front part of the crypt, it looks like it goes into the hill. Almost, there's a bit of a hill on the back, and it drops off down into the back of the moorlands. So you would imagine, obviously, this entrance is a entrance to a stairwell, perhaps leading down into to the lower bowels of the family crypt. But you do not find any discernible cracking in the stonework. There's no scorch marks on this building at all. It's all fairly well intact. In fact, there's a healthy layer of dust and stuff across most of the stonework to suggest that it's not even been touched by anything in a long time.
How close is everyone else to me at the moment?
That would depend on whether they stuck with you because you would have had to walk around the sort of building. So do the rest of you stick with Xerxes as he walks around the building, or do you remain at the door with Barry?
Elliot's nosy enough. He probably would have followed Xerxes around the building.
Dags?
Well, when those two disappear around the building, Dags is just going to pull out his lockpick, his thieves' tools, and attempt to open up the lock.
Well, the fact that Barry remains with you, the moment you pull out your thieves' tools and take a step towards the lock, she simply looks at you and goes, "Please don't. Master Athon does have the key."
Just quicker.
I think not. That would be disrespectful.
Fine.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but toying with the dead is not something you really want to do. And she gives you a relatively stern look, almost the same look your mother would have given you if you'd done something stupid or out of turn as a child. Droplet, as you leave the Cabells to the nursery and head back down, you would probably hear the rest of the group being led through the building below you and towards the rear of the building. And as you walk out into the hallway, there are windows on that side of the building. As you sort of turn and look, you can see the crypt from your window where you're at, and you would see them exit the building and sort of walking out that way if you wish to join them. So you would easily be able to rejoin them if you wanted to. You would see where they were headed, passing a window. So it's up to you whether you do that or do something else in the meantime.
I believe the droplet is going to go out the opposite side of the building.
You want to go back out the front? No worries.
Yes. And look into that potential survival check to start figuring out vantage points.
Okay.
Approach vectors and things.
No worries. So I will get you to make a survival roll. Do we get an aid from the chat for a survival roll before it is rolled? Oh, we're going once, going twice. No aid for Droplet at this point, so I'm going to make that survival roll. Okay, never mind, make it with advantage. Gung-ho once again. 16, relatively good roll, as the will of the gods have definitely helped you out in this particular point. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Gung Ho. So with that, you have a good look around the front of the section. The front door, you can see the scorch marks on the door and all the marks on the shutters where these creatures have attacked the house itself. Your opinion with that survival check is that you could potentially set up a hiding spot using the coach as a place to hide behind or in, placing it in a relatively advantageous position on the front section here between the gate and the house would definitely give you a little bit of an upper hand in maybe an ambush situation. Obviously, you can see the windows of the house, definitely a vantage point for shooting bows from, perhaps, or shooting magic from, depending if that's your inclination. But little else. There's very little other cover in this particular situation. There are some shrubbery. There's some shrubbery around. You've got a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours. You could definitely possibly look at maybe digging a trench, perhaps, or using some of the old stonework from around the place to make some makeshift cover, perhaps. Up to you. But there are definitely options, definitely ambush options on the front lawn with a few things that are available.
Would that understanding of where has been attacked and in what way reveal potential numbers of enemy?
Yeah, with a 16, let's see. You will definitely find some footprints with a 16 as you sort of look around the gate where you first came in, and in the soft sodden dirt of the moorlands, which is very damp. Around the base of the gate, you see several very large paw prints of the canine variety, almost as big as a bear would be. So about this, they are very large. Hard to tell exact numbers, but you would hazard a guess that there has at least been more than one animal in this area.
Good to know. I believe I would then re-enter the building.
No worries. And as you do,
Having gathered what information
yeah,
could be
so by
useful.
the time you get back into the building, I would imagine you guys have done your little investigation of the crypt. You've returned to Berry and Dags and have headed back to the house to ask for the key.
Well, before I was going to do that, just with checking to see if the others had followed, I was going to grab hold of my holy emblem.
Yes.
And
Divine Sense.
Divine Sense.
Mark off a Divine Sense. What are you searching for? Is it Fey Fiend? Celestial Undead, I believe.
Yeah, it is Celestial Fiend or Undead.
Celestial Fiend or Undead. And within 60 feet, I believe, or 30 feet.
That is not behind total cover, yeah.
I would say you would not sense anything. At this point.
All right. Yes, I think we should get that key.
Indeed. Barry might be right, though. Maybe this is just the ends to their means, and they won't come here until they have the child. Still, best to be certain.
Yes, I believe so. It's the only way we're going to be able to get some answers. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to catch up with Droplet again.
So with that, you start making your way back to the house. Barry leads you back through the kitchen, back through the corridors as Droplet enters the front door as you enter the main hall. Barry turns to you all and says, if you wouldn't mind, if you would wait in the study, I will go talk to Master Athon and procure the key for you.
Thank you.
And she gives you a sort of a half-pie curtsy, and heads upstairs. She leads you to the study first, so you're all back in the study. She's only gone maybe, I'd say, 15 minutes at most before she returns. Is there anything you wish to discuss in that 15 minutes before she comes back, now that you're on your own?
Did you find anything interesting while you were poking around, Rob?
Droplet will once again mimic the sound of that low, distant, devilish howl. And then tap the back of his other talon 3 times.
If you wish to, do you think you could understand what he's talking about? Or would you like to roll for it? Is the question here?
Let's roll for it.
Let's roll for it.
I usually understand what he's saying, but this time a bit cryptic.
So I'll get all 3 of you to roll this, including Dags. We will roll, let's say, insight. See how well you know your newfound companion and what he tries to say. Well, fuck. Xerxes, you don't understand shit. You're just looking at him going, yeah, I don't get it. I mean, obviously it's got something to do with the hound because of the howling, but you're not sure. Elliot, you're pretty certain he might be alluding to maybe how many dogs, hounds, whatever, judged by that. Dags, more than one. It's what you get, more than one animal. You sort of pick up on it pretty quickly. But that's what he's alluding to. Many. It's either many or more, just at least more than one.
It's either more than one or it's a 3-toed dog, which is a very unusual thing to tell us, but
That's more than I
More
was getting
so.
out of it.
More so the former than the latter.
very astute of you, Dagwood.
Droplet would hold out both of his wing arms in the direction of Dags, just like...
I guess we just wait for the key then. Might not be of help, but at least we know there's more than one hound to look out for. It's something.
By the way, before we have to engage in this fight, do any of you here struggle in the department of armor?
I believe I have a spell for that.
I'm wearing some.
I believe Droplet's the only one. Well, Droplet and Elliot, the only ones not wearing armor.
I guess I'm asking if you get hit a lot, despite what you might use.
Actually, no. Actually, Droplet is wearing armor, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I have armor too. Light leather armor.
No, Droplet is not wearing armor. I lied.
So wearing a loincloth.
Droplet is a monk. They don't wear armor. But you've seen Droplet get smashed quite severely by the troll.
But before we go in, I might be able to make it a little bit harder for you to be hit.
Feathers are quite soft.
Interesting thing, though, is they fall just as fast as a brick.
Well done.
Don't think that's how that works. Anyway, it's a good choice. You should absolutely use some magic to aid our dear friend Droplet, so he does not get smushed again.
Well, it was either that or I could take it on myself. But
It's about this moment that you hear Berry traversing the stairs to rejoin you. And she, as she enters the room, she says, I have the key for the crypt if you still wish to see it, although Master Cabell was a little perplexed as to why, but he agrees that if you wish to see it, that is fine.
thank you. I think we should head out before it gets too dark.
Absolutely. I mean, we've come this far in investigating it. Turns up nothing, then there's no harm done. Keep your fingers to yourself, Dags. There, no harm done.
What about my toes?
The voice in the voice at the back of your mind, Ellie, at this point says, "Well, if he doesn't, we can always cut it off."
That will be unnecessary.
We could just set him on fire. Either is preferable.
Coming with us this time, Droplet?
Droplet nods.
And with that, Barry leads you back to the crypt doors. He turns the big, it's a large key, like, I mean, I'm talking lock, like that sort of size. So a large key to go with a large lock. Takes a little bit of effort to turn it, but she manages. The lock opens, drops open quite heavily. She struggles with the chain a little bit. Doesn't look for any kind of aid, however. She lifts the sort of the big lock from the chain. The chain sort of hangs on one door. And she says, I may need some assistance with the door, however. It's been some time since it's been open, and they are large, heavy doors.
I'll grab a hold.
So no need for a strength check. It does take a little bit of effort. The door looks like it swings inward, so you have to sort of give it a decent push. It sort of strains at first, and you get that sort of wood on stone scraping sound, and then it sort of gives and pushes free. The large iron hinges groan under the weight of years of dust and a little bit of rust as well. So it's sort of a deep, not squeak, but just sort of a deep sort of steel on steel groan as the door pushes in. Opens about 2.5 feet before it sort of stops against a bit of excess dust and stones that are sort of built up against the door over years. And a big caught under the door as you push it forward, but more than enough room for you all to step inside. It is pitch black inside this place. As you sort of, the light of the day spills onto the first few stairs. You can see these wall sconces on the walls. None of them are lit. But other than that, as you look down into the crypt itself, it just cuts off into pitch blackness. Even with your dark vision, you still see 30, 40 feet in before it just drops off to complete darkness. There is no other ambient light apart from the light spilling in from this door. Do you enter?
I do, yes. And as I walk in, I also, again, grab hold of the holy emblem and use another divine sense.
You do get... So it's undead, celestial fiend and undead, yes?
Yes.
You do get a fiendish signature. Does it tell you where? Doesn't give you an indication where, it's just within that.
You can sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet, not behind total cover.
You get a sense of a fiend within the crypt, directly in front of you. The moment you sense it, it disappears. It's almost instantly. You pick up on it and then it vanishes. It's gone within an instant.
Well, I can tell you one thing is that everyone here is at rest, which is good. But I did pick up on something of the fiendish nature.
It only lasts for 6 seconds too, doesn't it? It's not the 10-minute version.
It's instantaneous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a 6. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so within you sense it, and then it's almost before the end of your sense ends, though. It's when it ends. So it's like you pick up on it, and then it's just gone, like split-second type stuff. And it was directly in front of you. You're not sure the exact distance, but it was directly in front of where you currently stand.
When I say that as well, I'll reach down and touch Droplet on the top of the head, and I will cast Shield of Faith.
So you are now concentrating on the Shield of Faith. How long does that last?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, no worries. Do you descend into the darkness? Let's see. I should be able to actually give you Shield of Faith too.
Does anyone have a torch? I don't think we should go around poking amongst the dead in the dark, even if most of us can see okay.
Well, it was the dancing lights or a shield for our young friend here. So I went with
I'm
the
just
shield.
gonna
Good
pull
call.
up my lantern off my hip and just
Okay. Yeah, so Dags has his
Light it.
hooded lantern. So
Yes.
you light your hooded lantern, no problems at
Yep.
all. So that gives
Up until
you
this moment,
30 feet of light, I believe. Or was it 2040? Same as a torch. I think it's 2040, same as a torch.
up
30
until
foot
this moment,
radius.
Droplet,
Oh, it is 30. Okay, cool.
Droplet
And then
would
an
not have stepped
additional-
beyond the
yeah,
light,
it's 30
because he cannot see.
bright light, and then
30
30
dim.
of dim.
So 60. Cool. Drop it.
Yep.
His Droplet would not have actually stepped past the light at all until this point, because he cannot see in the dark at all.
Yeah, that's no worries. Everyone's sort of still standing at the top of the stairs while Xerxes has made his sense. He touched you, cast a Shield of Faith, which you would feel a very warm sensation as the divine energy flows through you. You feel a little more hearty, shall we say. Plus 2 to AC, which you now do have because of the little shield that they put on your character. Dags, in the meantime, lights his lantern, giving you a 60-foot beam of light, 30 foot of bright, 30 foot of dim, enabling you to see now the stairs descending downwards in front of you for about 60 feet, and they're reasonably steep. You descend into the crypt. As you slowly make your way down the stairs, you get to the base of the stairs, and before you is a very large crypt indeed. The splash screen that I will show you guys a little later, actually I'll probably show you now. We won't show you that though, that can go away. It's not exactly like what you see in this, but that's if you can see it. I'll probably set this up wrong as well. Lighting,
See it.
global
Yeah, I can see it.
illumination. What we want there. It would be about that size, but not exactly like that. It's a large open space, probably 100 feet from end to end, about 60 to 80 feet wide. Through the center is large arches and pillars. Along either wall is, you can see sarcophagus, and there's not like rows and rows. There's probably maybe 24 all up. There are empty spaces as well where you can obviously, so that's where they're going to add more ancestors to the family. But there is a central sarcophagus in the center of this area. As you move forward, the central sarcophagus has a carving on the top of it of a what looks to be a nobleman dressed in fine armor, sword draped over his chest, held in his hands, and on the base of it, it reads Richard Cabell, and which was the ancestor that Athon talked about that supposedly made this original deal. But otherwise, the crypt appears to be empty.
I'll just run my fingers atop the sarcophagus of Richard Cabell, and I'll just think about his state and the pleasantness he must feel or be in this state.
No worries, easily enough done. There is a thick layer of dust on the sarcophagus and on the floor as you walk around. As you trail your sort of finger across it, you leave a visible mark in this thick layer of dust. It's probably about half an inch thick. Again, shows that this place has been sealed for many years.
I hope your greed has made you rest well while your future generations suffer from stupidity.
Elliot, upon entering this crypt, you feel your passenger, your friend, using the term very loosely, but your passenger seems to almost embolden his will on you, more so in this place. There's definitely a darkness to this place that makes you very, very uncomfortable in this space. To the point where the rest of you, if you do happen to turn and look at Elliot, which you probably would catch him in the corner of your eye in the light of the lantern, that shadowy sort of mist is starting to emanate from him once again, top of his shoulders, around the back of the waist, and that almost, as he walks, it almost drifts from him like he's walking through a fog, but it's very dark. And yeah, Elliot, you feel extremely uncomfortable here right now, as your passenger seems to revel in this space.
Know your place. There'll be no dark dealings from you in this place.
I am always here. I grow strong. You will not keep me at bay for long. I found you tonight. Took time. But I'm here, and I'm here to stay. Get used to it.
We should look around quickly and get out of there. This is not a place to be for long periods of time, unless you're dead, of course.
Could Droplet perhaps make some sort of perception check to see if he notices Elliot's discomfort?
That would probably be more like an insight, I would want to say, in this instance.
Mm-hmm.
Because Elliot kind of is a little ornery a lot of the time anyway. So it may not come through quite so much.
Mm-hmm.
So the DC on this will be a little higher than usual. Natural 1.
Well, we got it out of the way now, so that's okay.
A natural 1.
Natural 20s to natural 1s.
So chat, for you subs, we do have the natural 1 emote and the natural 20 emote as well. So natural 1 from a droplet there. You notice nothing. He seems to be pretty much himself, maybe a little more short than usual, but that's about it. And it's about this time from the top of the stairs, as Barry has not come down. Are you quite all right? Have you seen what you need to see? It is starting to get late, and we should probably retire back to the house.
Yes, don't come down. Just need a few more moments. Is everybody fine where we are right now? There is something I want to try, but I don't want to provoke a fight necessarily.
Should we be prepared for one just in case?
Yes.
Right, you are. Perhaps we spread out a bit, gentlemen. Leave Mr. Dufresne to do his business, but keep an eye on him. I'll head over here. If you head over that way, Dags, and drop it over there. That way, if something comes out at us, some of us might get out of here alive.
Someone should probably make sure nothing goes up the stairs.
There you go.
So give me a rough position. I believe Xerxes is at Richard's tomb.
Thanks, right there, yep.
Dags, you're heading back towards the stairs, the base of the stairs.
Stand in front of the stairs.
Where is Elliot positioning himself?
Elliot will be on the left, let's say.
The left of Richard's tomb?
Yep.
And where would Droplet position himself?
Droplet would move off to the right, closer to Dags.
Okay.
But just trying to step off out of the light beam a little bit, so he's a little bit more in the darkness.
No problem. Easily enough done. You would even probably lose Droplet a little bit because of his coloration. He is a pitch black feathered Kenku, so he would, if stepping out of the light itself, he would almost disappear into the darkness, save for the blinking white eyes that would be catching the light, I would imagine.
And I would probably, hopefully, find something to set the lantern on.
Easily enough set it on a step, or even on the floor. He's easily enough done. I mean, it's not a. You could even tie it to your waist, to your belt, and it would probably still hang there relatively well.
Right.
Easily enough done. So, everyone is now in position. Xerxes, what is Xerxes doing?
After the brief sense of something fiendish nearby, he's going to say, calling out so that every corner of the crypt can hear, in Infernal, he's just going to say, "Leave! The deal is terminated."
Interesting. Roll an intimidation check for me, Elliot, please. $14. It's not bad. You assert yourself. You call out, confident and with vigor.
That's the wrong person. I was questioning it when I rolled it.
Never mind.
You're all right.
Shit, balls, motherfucker. Never mind.
Like, oh, what's he doing?
Xerxes, roll an intimidation check. We'll get this right. Probably should take the same roll. Ooh, that was almost another natural one. 10 still. You still call out with confidence. Bad DM. You call out, you make your statement. You're confident in what you say. It's an Infernal. Does anyone else speak Infernal? I don't think anyone else does, do they?
I do.
Elliot does. So Elliot, you would understand the demon speech that Xerxes has just uttered. The rest of you all you would really hear is almost growl-like speech, very dark sounding, almost like a backward common in some respect. But you don't understand what's being said. Elliot, you hear it, and your entity that is with you again just emboldens and pushes against you and against your mind, making you even feel more uncomfortable in this space. Like it's relishing the feeling of darkness in this area.
Did you hear that? He wants you to fuck off too.
Do you say that out loud, or is that telepathically? I suppose we should establish this.
I'd probably say it out loud. Being so discomforted, he'd probably...
Okay.
Because that's what he's used to. If he wants to be heard, he speaks.
Okay. In that case, do you say it in Infernal or in Common?
Ooh. God, it probably would be in Infernal.
I mean, that's what you just heard.
Yeah.
You know the entity with you would understand it, definitely. So again, no, Droplet and Dags, you don't understand what Elliot also utters. Xerxes, you do, very plain and clear. You're not sure. You know he's not talking to you. Clearly, it's quite plain that he's talking to somebody. You've heard him talk to himself a few times now. You wait.
I don't flinch. I don't acknowledge as if I've heard.
You wait, say 5 minutes.
Just
you get
on
no
the back
response.
of that,
Yes, Droplet.
Droplet hearing this strange new language spoken, and then more of that language spoken by another party member.
Yes.
He turns to look at Dax, looks back out towards the room, and then mimics exactly what both Xerxes and Elliot said.
So you repeat back, leave now. The contract is terminated. And you hear that, you fuck off too. In perfect Infernal. Both Xerxes and Elliot both understand clearly, and you would repeat it in their voices too, wouldn't you? In the same tone and inflection that they both used. It's Infernal speaks, it's Demon speaks, it's very guttural, even from both of them, but it is mimicked perfectly. Do either of you react to what Droplet has now said?
No.
No? Elliot, do you react at all?
No, he'd probably just think to himself, mouth of babe.
So with that, again, you wait maybe 3 or 4 minutes for any kind of response, and nothing. You get nothing in return, Xerxes. You hear just the sound of gentle breeze sort of running through the brickwork in this underground space. It is starting to cool off now as the day starts to draw in. You've maybe got an hour and a half, 2 hours of sunlight left.
Grabbing the holy symbol again, another divine sense.
You reach out to your whatever deity you hold dear to you. Gripping your holy symbol, you concentrate. You release your divine sense. You get nothing.
I think it might be afraid if it is around here still. Perhaps the 3 of you should leave and just wait with Barry outside for a few moments. Come down again, of course, if you hear anything.
If you're sure...
You cut out again, Grim.
If you are sure, Mr. Dufresne, we head back up. Right you are, boys. Let's go.
So Elliot turns and heads back towards the stairs. Does Droplet and Dags follow suit?
Would you like the light?
No, I'm fine.
Xerxes, you will know, being in this space, that even though you have dark vision, because of where you currently are, there will be no ambient light down here, so you will not be able to see this far into the crypt. Just so you're aware. So Dags, you turn, take the light with you. Droplet, do you leave also?
I follow the light and go upstairs, yeah.
No worries. So you move yourselves to the top of the stairs, leaving Xerxes by yourself as the darkness fills the space once again. As you turn towards to see where your friends go, you can see the light at the top, towards the top of the stairs. It sort of spills halfway down the staircase, towards the bottom of the staircase. But that's sort of where the light is then swallowed by this space where no more ambient light sort of reaches. You can sort of just make out shapes with your dark vision, but that's about it.
I just wait for about 5 minutes. I'm not saying anything. I'm not trying to make any sound. I just want to stand there and soak in the atmosphere, the environment of that space. If anything comes up, makes itself known in that time, that's what I'm kind of waiting for.
Yeah. So you stand in silence for 3 or 4 minutes. You definitely feel a heaviness in this space. There's definitely a darkness here, like there's something darker than normal that you've not felt in many crypts, especially a family crypt. This sort of feeling shouldn't be felt in a place like this. Nothing makes itself known to you. Nothing reaches out to you, nothing touches you. But you do have a heavy feeling standing in this space. It's almost exhausting to stand here.
As I turn to leave and head back out of the crypt, I guess if Elliot is standing near the door, he may hear this, but in Infernal, I'm just gonna call whatever is there the most foulest of names in Infernal.
All good, Ari. So, what would be the foulest of insults to a demon or a devil?
Your mother was a little kitten.
I mean, devils don't really take a lot of things to heart per se, but they definitely don't like to be challenged. But even with the taunt that you leave the space with, you don't feel a presence apart from that, just that heaviness that seems to lift the moment you breach the threshold. All of you, including you, Elliot, the moment you breach the threshold of this space and move back into the daytime, which is now starting to sort of get into that mid-late afternoon period, you feel almost a weight lift the moment you breach the threshold of the crypt. You definitely felt the darkness. Xerxes most definitely felt that heavy darkness in this space. Dags and Droplet probably not so much, but you definitely felt a little uncomfortable in this area. It definitely didn't have a pleasant feel to it, but not as heavy as either Elliot or Xerxes at this point. Barry then turns and says, did you find everything you needed? May I get you to close the door so we can relock the crypt, if you please? So you pull the door closed. She struggles a little bit with the chain to sort of link the chain and put the lock back on, and closes the lock with a heavy sort of clunk as it closes, and then she relocks it with the key. and turns to head back towards the house.
I reach out and touch the chain, and I just speak something under my breath that nobody else. I'm hoping nobody else hears. It's just a rite.
Yep.
Of rest. Yeah.
No worries. Would you speak it in common or in drow? Because you can speak drow as well, obviously.
Yeah, probably undercommon.
Undercommon? Okay. Now,
I know undercommon.
I guess we'll get you to roll on this because, I mean, you're there. We'll get you to roll a perception, Dags. Let's see if you hear. I mean, you'll definitely understand it if you hear it. That's a good roll. You definitely hear it. So it's a basic rite of a rite of rest, basically.
It's a blessing to the dead.
Which is probably something Dags has probably heard before. I'd say you've all heard clerics and priests utter rites of death over dead bodies and interred bodies into crypts or onto the funeral pyre. There's always someone that says something. So it's not something you probably haven't heard before. It may be worded slightly different by coming from Xerxes, but it's probably a pretty common rite of rest.
I've probably heard it in drow before.
Probably. More than likely.
Oh, undercommon.
But yes, so you are then ushered back to the house rather hurriedly from Barry, who sort of keeps every now and again sort of peering over his shoulder looking at the sun, which is now starting to hang low in the sky as the mist starts to form on the moors. You are headed back to the house, leaving the crypt. So we'll go back to the Cabell Manor. Why can't I move it around? It's being a bitch. Anyhow, no one's seeing that. That's only what I see. Oh, excuse me. So you are heading back to the manor house, as I say, Barry's constantly looking over her shoulder, looking at the sun. Once you get back into the house, she locks the door behind you, and leads you back towards the study and says, please feel free. I'll just return the key to Master Cabell and be about my business. It'll only be maybe an hour or so before the sun sets. Whatever you plan to do, you best do it now. And she leaves you to it and heads upstairs.
Roppler gets to his feet and starts tugging on Elliot's sleeve towards the front door.
Yes, you were at the front earlier with the many hounds and stuff.
Yeah.
Something to show us.
Cutting in and out again, Grim.
Damn, I'm gonna need new headset.
I think it's after you mute yourself, it maybe takes a second or two for it to
Might do.
do its thing.
You have something to show us. Did you,
Roppler nods and keeps pulling.
Giggity. Elliot will sort of like, start moving towards where you're trying to get him to go.
Do the others follow suit? Xerxes and Dags, as you see Droplet yanking on Elliot's sleeve, dragging him towards the door.
I do, but I also say to Droplet, just so you're aware, that spell is worn off, unfortunately.
Yes, it has.
Up it again later, baby, but I can only do it once more.
Incessant nodding and pulling.
Done. So you all move towards the front door. The front door has been barred since you were outside. You'd have to remove the bar to exit the front door. And it's a rather large bar. You can see that they've taken made a lot of effort to ensure that things do not get indoors. You remove the bar. It was easy enough done with the four of you. and you exit the front of the building. Where does Droplet lead the group?
So firstly, Droplet will lead them over to the carriage. And
How is Droplet going to communicate this? This is going to be great.
And you hear, muddled in with the sounds of a bar, a voice come from his beak that you haven't really heard before. It just goes, hey, guys, why do rogues wear leather? Because it's made of hide.
Oh, this has to be a roll. Definitely. I'll give you all advantage on this roll. You've been hanging out with Droplet a little bit now. So all roll with advantage on this. Double sevens from Elliot. 15 from Xerxes, 14 from Dags. So Elliot, you're not entirely sure what the hell Droplet's on about this time. I mean, it was kind of funny-ish. But what has that got to do with what you're standing outside? What's this joke got to do with that? Xerxes and Dags, however, you kind of get the impression, standing at the coach looking around, I mean, Dags specifically, and I mean, you're about even, so Dags and Xerxes have both probably had a little bit of experience in hiding before and potential ambushes and such things, that you both sort of twig. Okay, this would actually make a good, if we position this in the right place, we could possibly get the drop on whatever intends on attacking the house, perhaps. It looks like the attacks have been focused on the front of the house. If we put ourselves, say, maybe halfway between the gate and the house in a hidden position, we might be able to get the drop on this creature or creatures in this from this position. Well done, Droplet. It was it was well done.
I'm here all week.
Not a bad idea, Droplet. Maybe somebody can give me a hand as we try and move it. Where do you reckon we should put it?
Next thing Droplet's going to do is he's going to go over to Elliot and Dags and specifically sort of give their weapons a shake. Their ranged weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And then look up to the house and point up at the vantage point windows.
I think that's pretty obvious what he's alluding to there. No need to roll for that one.
And am I correct in thinking, by the way, that the particularly large overlooking baby's room window is on this side of the house?
Yes.
Yes. Very good.
There are several large
We have to
windows.
chuck the baby out.
There are several large windows on the front of the house. Obviously, you got all the main windows at the bottom, which are all heavily shuttered. Second floor is where the nursery is on the front, looking at it from the front on the left-hand side. And you've got another two good sizable windows, which will be on the main landing, either side of the main door. And there's another large window on the right-hand side, which possibly another bedroom or a library or something. Third floor, several smaller windows on the third floor, and not unlike the picture that you guys are looking at on Foundry, there is a almost like a central spire. The top floor, which would be probably an attic. There's also a large sort of rounded attic style window. You're not sure whether it'd be able to be opened or not, but that is the highest point of the house.
I don't know why, but I'm picturing Edward Scissorhands' house.
Very similar. You're not wrong. It's very castle-like in its appearance and in the way that it's been built. It's a very grand home indeed.
And just to reiterate for the rest of the party, Droplet is going to make a little crying baby noise and point at the nursery window.
I think that would be fairly obvious as well. So who gives Xerxes a hand to move the coach into position?
Elliot would help him.
It hasn't been moved for a little while, so it takes a little bit of effort to get it moving, but it's in good condition. So just a little bit of rocking to get the wheels to sort of move out of that small rut that they've been sitting in for some time. And once you get it moving, it's actually pretty easy to move it. And if you get dags or droplet to sort of steer the front wheels, we've got a couple of drawbars which would attach to a horse, and the front actually does move like steering. It's like I said, it's a very modern carriage by carriage standards in the area. So you're able to position it in such a place, put a couple of rocks under the wheels to stop it from moving, which will give you ample cover from gate to front door to be able to successfully hide if you need to. You'd still have to roll a stealth check to see how well you are hidden, but you will get advantage on the roll if you wish to use it as cover. Now, do the two ranged individuals, do you take Droplet's advice, or do you wish to remain outside with your companions?
Yes, it is a
I'm staying
conundrum.
outside. I'm staying outside.
I was thinking the same, if only because, well, Droplet indicated there's more than one, and only 2 targets down here, then we'll be outnumbered, even if we're picking them off from up there. But if there's 4 of us out here, there'll more of us to choose from. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I mean,
I think
Yes,
you
I
might want
have
to
a
change your words. We don't want them chewing on you.
Well, hopefully not, but no battle is without some form of injury, unless, I mean, maybe it'll go really well for us and we won't get injured. I don't see that happening.
I do have a bow, but
Yes,
the
you
name
do.
kind of says it.
You what?
The name, it kind of says it all.
Dags.
Precisely.
Really not
Oh.
understanding you lot today.
For some reason, I was picturing you running around with an unwiped backside.
That's that smell. Right.
Oh, well done, well done.
Are you sure that isn't Droplet?
No, birds are notoriously clean. They forever preening and cleaning their feathers.
As you say this, Droplet is in fact beak in his arm, just nuzzling and cleaning some of its feathers, and just looks up like, what?
The spell is 100% perpetually me because of the rotting flesh that is on my face.
I was just about to say that. It's definitely coming from Xerxes. It's about this time, as you guys are discussing your plan of action, that the mist and the fog starts to really thicken and really draw in off the moors. The smell of the swamp is heavy in the air as the sun starts to drift behind the hills and disappear into the mist itself. The light slowly starts to fade. And when I say thick mist, out on the moors itself, you can no longer see the hills of the moors. You can no longer see the wet patches of the swampland to the east or the west. You can no longer see the coast from where you are, as that sort of low-lying thick fog is heavily obscuring everything in that area. The house itself now, the light from the windows is now very hazy. It's not super thick around the house. You can still see the house, but it is would be considered lightly obscured. It's not going to really affect you much on ranged attacks, depending on your distance from your target. But even Droplet would realize with the thickness of the fog coming in that shooting from the windows would probably not be such a good idea anyway.
Did they shut the door and bar it behind us?
And the door is still open at this point. But you do see standing in the window looking down upon you, you do see Catherine Cabell standing in the window of the nursery, crossbow in hand.
Maybe we should have her shoot.
No, but I'll call up. My lady, would you mind closing the door and barring it behind us? We're not returning inside. At least not right away.
She nods. She nods, and you see the windows cracked open, and she sort of calls down, of course, do you require my aid? I'm quite a good shot. I could certainly help if you wish.
I'll pretend I haven't heard.
She waits for a couple of minutes, and then you see her disappear from the window. And within sort of 10 minutes or so, you hear the door close, and you hear them rebar it from the inside. It's about this point you hear the first of that eerie, low, devilish howl coming from the mist to the northwest of the house, which is behind you a little bit. Then it moves. Maybe 3 or 4 minutes later, the howl comes from directly south behind you towards the gate. Seems to be moving closer.
Do we all hide in the carriage, or should we spread out a little?
I think if we all want to give a surprise, then we should all hide, yes.
You don't have to hide in the carriage. You can be behind it, outside. If you want to be inside, that's up to you. It's a sizable carriage.
Dark is it?
It would seat 6, so it's a reasonable size.
How dark is it outside the manor? Or is it
It is starting to get. It is starting to get dark. There is light spilling from several windows, which does give a little bit of light to this area. But as the sun's now starting to set, it is starting to get dark. So any ranged attack from Droplet will be would definitely be disadvantage, as the light does lose. As you lose the light, there will only be certain areas that Droplet won't be able to see very well at all.
Mm-hmm.
But there are definite shafts of light coming from the house, though.
Can I take my lantern and put it on the steps of the house?
You could. It would provide a reasonable sort of area of light, for sure.
Possibly distract. I don't know.
You can. That's up to you. If you want to do that, you can do that.
I'd set it. I'd put it at the top of the steps.
So that does give a sort of a 60-foot area from the front of the house directly out in a sort of semicircle where it is reasonably well lit.
Elliot will climb into the carriage, assuming there's a way to fire while within.
Yes, there's
Carriage
definitely windows.
Yep.
So I dare say we're all intending to hide.
Indeed.
So we'll get a group stealth roll, which will all be at advantage because you either inside or outside the carriage, you're using it as cover, so you will get the advantage on the roll.
Normal for me?
Normal for you, Xerxes, yes, because you're at disadvantage normally. So
I didn't click the double, but it did it.
I think it would have rolled it at disadvantage anyway, because naturally, I mean, it's still a good roll. It's not bad. I mean, the DC wasn't stupid high, so essentially what this will mean with those rolls is that all of you, when or if an initiative is sparked, which it probably will be, you will get your first attacks at advantage as per the surprise, basically. So the initiative will roll as normal, like you won't go first in the initiative, but your very first attack on the initiative will be at advantage. So what happens in this instant as the howls of this creature split, and now you can hear almost a chorus, sounds like maybe 3, could be 4 simultaneous howls come from beyond the mist, beyond the gates of Cabell Manor. What you hear then next is the very heavy footfalls of something charging up the road, the wet, damp road. You can hear those heavy slaps of heavy footfalls on mud and occasional splashing of a puddle. Those of you outside of the carriage would probably see the creature before those of you inside. So I believe all of you are outside except for Elliot, who's inside the carriage. So those of you outside would catch a glimpse of the glowing orangey red eyes of this creature as it breaches the thick mist on the road. And as I said, it is larger than most creatures, as a large dog-like creature, not wolf either. It doesn't look, I mean, you guys have all seen wolves and dire wolves, I would imagine. A large dire wolf, this thing's probably stands about 1.5 feet taller than a dire wolf. Its skin is crimson red, almost leathery to the look. A large dark grey mane of matted fur around its head and shoulders, not unlike a lion would be. Its large orange reddish eyes, no real pupils to really see, but almost fiery type eyes, sort of that wisp of redness sort of drifting as it runs at pace towards the manor. Passing your position, it does not appear to have seen you, or if it has, does not care. It charges directly for the door of the house, slams into the front door, sort of hits it with a very solid thud, takes 2 steps back, rears up and scrapes heavily at the door, leaving deep, deep claw marks in the door itself. We will, at this point, roll initiative, everybody. Boom. I'm gonna play some battle music as well. So we're gonna unpause this. So you guys probably don't need to move so much at the moment. You can still target this creature with your ranged attacks. If we get into melee, we'll move the creature close enough so you can attack it. So don't worry about positioning on what you guys can see in the foundry. So, as the creature moves, Elliot, you are first up. The creature charges towards the door, slams into the door, rears back and claws at the door. You can make your first attack at advantage, good sir, from your position.
So I shall sort of lean out the nearest window and sort of fling a eldritch blast in its direction.
No problem. You charge your eldritch blast. As you charge that entity, that energy in your hand, your passenger just whispers yes, and you feel that dark energy build within you, and you release it, and you hit the creature indeed, dealing 5 points of force damage as you slam the creature in its side. and it sort of rocks it for a second, and it sort of rocks backwards and forwards. Doesn't turn towards you, however, seems solely focused on that front door. Again, rears up for another attack. Is that all you're going to do, Elliot?
And Elliot, being new to using magic, he's like, shit! And I'm going to cast Hex as my bonus action on the Hellhound, which he should have done first. But
He should have done first, yes, but we can
he
do this. He should have it. That's all good. So Hex gives you an extra attack, extra damage next time you hit it, so which will be 3 extra damage. Cool. You're also concentrating as well. No drama. So that is your turn, Elliot.
What ability do you disadvantage?
Yes. Yes. Tell me, which ability are you going to give it disadvantage on?
Strength.
Strength?
Yeah.
No worries. Cool. So it has disadvantage on strength, strength saves and checks, I believe. Disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability. Yep. Cool. So disadvantage on strength. Easy enough done. Xerxes, it is now your turn. As this creature is still focused on this door.
I just run up with the flails already swinging.
So you run at it?
Yes.
How
At the
far?
close distance.
Yeah, you're gonna be. You're definitely not within 30 feet. So you're probably gonna have to use your action to dash if you want to get within melee range.
Is it the only creature that we've seen in all
It's the only creature you've seen so far. You've heard multiple howls, but this is the only creature you can see right now.
Okay. I will move the 30 feet,
So you.
and I will hold my action to attack if
Okay.
anything comes in range to attack.
No worries. So you are closing the gap, but not fully. No problem. Noted. Dags, you're up. Droplet on board.
What in the world? Not letting me.
Alt click to target it.
Oh, there. That's why. There.
So Dags shooting with his short bow from cover, hitting with a 16, 4
I
damage.
did not roll that advantage,
You
but
still got it anyway, so yeah.
yeah.
We'll give you advantage on the next one. You do strike it in the body from your position. Again, doesn't seem phased.
Would I get sneak attack since it was at advantage though?
You certainly would. Yeah, all attacks at it with advantage. If you have advantage on an attack, you definitely get sneak attack. So roll your sneak attack damage. Another 5 damage. Well done.
There we go.
So your bow definitely finding its mark, and with your roguish abilities, you find a softer spot doing slightly more damage. And that is your turn, I believe.
Yep.
Next up is Droplet. It is your turn. You're muted, Neon.
Muted.
Not being able to reach the beast, I would keep pace with Xerxes, I think. Catch
Okay.
up to just behind him.
Okay, so
to
you're
the
gonna
side.
you're not gonna dash. He's gonna stay with Xerxes.
Yeah, gonna stay
Okay.
with Xerxes.
Easily enough done.
And hold action. Sort of. Rather than if that beast turns on us, but look out ready if another beast comes from the side.
No worries. With that, it is the beast's turn. Initially didn't seem bothered by the Eldritch Blast, but the arrow seems to have caught its attention as it turns rather quickly on its heels. Turns and looks back towards the 4 of you. Obviously seeing Xerxes and Droplet who have broken cover to close the ground between them. It turns and whoop, and charges towards you, closing that gap, meeting Xerxes and Droplet together. I would say Xerxes would probably be the first that it would reach because he was sort of out there. You do have a held action.
Yep, I will.
So you can target and make your attack. Did Droplet, did you hold an action as well? Or were you just moving forward?
I did hold an action
Yep,
as well.
so you can both get your attacks on this. So Xerxes, you get your attack first. The Epic Flail, 23 to hit, definitely hits. With a 10 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
Easily enough done as the flail sings in the night sky or in the darkened night and slams into the head of the beast. Droplet. I'll get you.
Swing with his turn.
Hang on a minute. I think I'll have to. Nope. I can. You should be able to do it. Target him and swing.
Could be targeted already. See things.
You
It's
can
my
see
turn.
things.
Ah, there's a dog. Excellent.
Kill a dog.
Alt click.
Alt click to. There we go. There we go.
Attack.
Attack it.
All the way at the top of that. Go.
Attacked. You're supposed to roll with advantage, sir. Roll again.
I am supposed to roll with advantage. I will do that again.
Either way, it still misses.
Not much better.
Even with advantage, Droplet fucking misses.
Same damage though.
It's the same damage, so yeah, exactly. But you miss. Now, and because it was the Hellhound's turn, I can now go back to that. It looks at you
Remind
both.
me about Monk very quickly.
Yes.
If I miss the main attack, do I get the follow-up attack?
I mean, you could not. Well, on a held action, generally not. You only get your main action.
That's fair.
You don't normally get your offhand attack. And depends on whether you're using your main weapon single-handed or double-handed as well, if it's a versatile weapon.
Always single-handed.
Yeah, so you would. Yeah, I mean, in this instance, no. But as a general rule,
that's
yes.
fair.
So this one will be a disadvantage. Thank you, Mr. Stipp. So he is going to bite at Xerxes. He's going to target you, Xerxes, and he's going to bite at you with a disadvantage. Still hits though with a disadvantage. Dealing 18
Okay.
points of damage.
I'm going to use a bonus action
Yes.
or fighting style interception.
Okie dokie. Let us know what that does. It reduces the damage, does it not? Or reduces the to hit?
Yes. When a creature you can see hits a target other than you within 5 feet of you with an attack, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage the target takes by 1d10 plus 2.
Okay, so it was 18. It's been reduced to 12. So you take 12 points of damage. As he chomps down hard. Oh shit! You already did it.
Oh, right. Sorry.
It's all good. I can put you back up. You good?
Please, no more accidental death.
So yes, you take 12 points of damage. I'll let you guys do it. I mean, normally I do it automatically with a click of a button, but
Right. Sorry.
yeah. So just bear that in mind. So that bites down hard on Xerxes and manages to pierce your armor in several places. Finding flesh and chomping down hard. That is its turn. We are now back to initiative round, top of the round. Even though you did not acknowledge Catherine Cabell from the window, you hear a whizzing of an arrow as it finds its target from above, hitting the hound in the shoulder. Right, you can see it quite clearly. Xerxes, this arrow straight into the top of the shoulder of this creature, doing another 4 points of piercing damage.
One thing to check evil real quick,
Yes.
actually. I just noticed my hit modifier with my weapon is as a +1, a plus
Yes.
-1.
Was it a minus one?
It's going off my strength again when it should be going off my dex.
I can fix that. I can fix
Just for
that.
going forward, or not retroactively, of course.
So you
but I
would have rolled
just
a 10
realized
to attack.
it would be a +5 rather than a -1.
That's weird, man.
Your attack as well, so
It's got it. Melee weapon attack modifier. I'll switch to dexterity. It had it as your default, but it should be default by dexterity, depending on the weapon. It's got it as versatile, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, we had this in the first fight as well, I think, but probably
Or-
because my character
wait.
died and came back. for some
Possibly.
reason.
Versatile is two-handed. Finesse is dex or strength.
That'd be what it is then.
Stone.
Should be a
We did.
yeah, it should be a finesse weapon then. Yeah, because versatile can be used for both. That's right. So that'd be what I did wrong. Yeah. Fixed. Should be good for next one.
Yay!
Good looking out though,
Might not be
because
completely
sometimes.
useless with my sword.
But the creature does take damage, and with that damage, it turns and bolts away from the house. We're going to look at a couple of features here. It turns and bolts and heads away. So Droplet and Xerxes, you'll both get an attack of opportunity as it leaves your melee range. I'll leave it up there so you can attack it.
yes, I will. I'll keep swinging.
Yes, so I'll get Xerxes, make your a one melee attack, please, as the creature lets out a very piercing, very demonic howl and heads away from the door and away from you guys. You miss as it turns and runs.
Can't even see what it rolled. I just see proficiency with a flail.
Hang on a minute.
I mean, you rolled a 2, but
You rolled a 2.
Oh, really? I
The
didn't even
dice,
see a dice.
yeah, the dice rolled. The
I
dice
saw,
came up.
Yeah, I saw the dice.
Definitely rolled a 2.
Awkward.
That's weird. Roll it again.
Yeah, I didn't see dice, and I just saw that tiny little message.
It definitely rolled a 2.
I clicked it again, but nothing's happened.
Yeah,
Oh, but you
reload.
rolled a 7 for me.
Yeah, roll a 7 for me
7,
as
yeah.
well. Reload. Bye.
It's very nearly a 20 on that
And says
first one.
goodnight.
And
Go
it was like,
away.
nope, 2.
I mean, it definitely rolled because I saw the dice roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a little paragraph about proficiency with the flail sort of thing. I'm like,
Yeah, I got that as well.
We can see that too.
Are you still targeting the beastie? Might be something. I don't
yeah, almost.
know. Yeah, see if it does the same for my opportunity attack, I guess.
Yeah, run yours first and we'll... Yeah, it's done the same thing. What the fuck?
It did.
Oh no, there we go.
Oh no, it got there in the end.
It missed.
Yeah.
So Droplet misses too. So yeah, just reload sticks and then
Yeah, I just did. Yeah,
de-target and retarget the creature.
I've just done
At
that.
least it modified
try it again.
properly now.
Okay, I can see the dice this time.
Yeah, it must have been just a bug. You do hit though, so Droplet misses, Xerxes hits, but it does bolt,
I will.
and
No, I won't.
it bolts quickly, and it will dash. So it moves at very amazingly high pace back towards the side of the house, not towards the gate. It rounds the corner of the house. It dashes 90 feet. Its movement doubled, and disappears around the side of the manor, heading towards the back, which you know where it is. At that moment, the moment the hound bolts, you see in the upstairs window, as you sort of look up, you see Katrine Cabell sort of standing there, and she turns quickly all of a sudden, and then you just hear a blood-curdling scream come from the upstairs, and she disappears from the window. So for all intents and purposes, we're going to end this combat at this point. You are not going to get any XP at this stage.
XPP.
As that encounter comes to a close, as I said, it's basically broken by this blood-curdling scream from the upstairs window, as you see the figure turn and disappear quickly from the window. As the hound disappears around the side of the house, what do you do?
There's only one reason I can scream, hound, running to the back. We've heard the tale. I believe maybe they have the child and they're heading to the crypt. Quickly! To the crypt!
How high is that window?
It's a second-story window, so you're looking at probably 60 feet. Well,
Pretty high then.
15, probably 30, 35 feet to the window. So it's a fair distance. I mean, it's scalable with the right rolls. There's definitely things to hang on to get to that window, if that's what your intent is.
I think Droplet would be thinking back to his time scaling the buildings in Waterdeep over the last year and thinking, I got to get to that window. And may attempt to acrobatics his way up to that window ledge.
Make your roll, good sir.
Make my roll.
As... Oh,
24.
That was very nearly a 3. Damn. So Droplet, your first step's a little iffy, but you managed to find foothold with your talons as your bird-like feet, not typical humanoid feet after all, giving you a little extra grip. You do slip on that first step, you manage to find your grip again with your second, and you bound foot over foot up onto the first windowsill using the shutters that are there, the heavy shutters that are there to give you a foothold and a handhold up to the first sort of level of the house where there's a molding to hang on to at the base of the second-story window. You pull yourself up to that, hang on to the heavy shutter of the second-story window, and you pull yourself up to the window. You drop into the nursery from where you are. Quickly looking around to see what has happened, you notice that obviously Katrine's not there anymore. Looking over to the crib is empty. On the floor is Hound of Cabell in a pool of blood around his head. Lying next to him is a silver tea tray.
That bitch.
The rest of you are not aware of this, as you cannot see what is taking place. We'll leave you there for a moment, Droplet. Elliot, you've made your statement about heading for the crypt. Are the rest of you heading that direction, or are you attempting to gain entry to the house? What is your plan of action at this point?
I hesitate because I feel like I want to run in the house, but I know what I sensed in the crypt, so I'm heading to the
You do.
crypt.
So, Dags, do you follow the others towards the crypt, or do you take Droplet's lead and attempt to scale the house with Droplet?
Fuck the scaling. I'm following Xerxes.
What a pussy rogue! That's one of your best stats.
Yep. No, stealth is mine.
Okay, with that, the three of you start to head and follow the dog, this hound around the side of the house. You move quickly. You get to the corner of the house, and just as you do, you see the hound disappear over the slight rise heading towards the crypt and vanish from sight in the thick fog. You continue to follow as you do so. As you breach that slight hill, which gives you sight to the family crypt of the Cabells, you notice the heavy, thick doors are now hanging open, pushed inward. Faint torchlight glowing from within. we'll leave you there just for a moment as you start heading in that general direction. Droplet, you hear the footsteps of Katrin Cabell heading downstairs towards the first floor. Do you pursue? Looking at what you're seeing, Athen Cabell is not moving. There's a significant pool of blood around his head. I would say that Droplet's intuitive enough to know that there's little to no chance of him being alive with that much blood.
Droplet would still stop for a moment to check for pulse.
Ooh, okay then. We will get Droplet to roll a medicine check. Advantage as well. Natural 20, don't need it. A natural 20 from a lucky roll. Save that advantage. So we've got an advantage from the chat. So the next roll in the group will be an advantage. We'll give you that with a natural 20. So with a natural 20, you lean down and you hold your feathers below his nose, put your head to his chest, and you do, in fact, feel a faint heartbeat. Very faint, a very shallow breath. He is still alive, but barely. And with a natural 20, I would say with a natural 20 that you are also able to stabilize him. You quickly grab,
for anything I might have.
well, there's enough in the room. There's blankets. You grab a blanket from the crib and you wrap it around the wound, the large open wound in the back of his skull, and stem the bleeding. And while he does not gain consciousness, you believe that your skills have been enough to stop him from slipping away.
Perfection.
Do you pursue Katrin Cabell at this point?
Droplet is acutely aware of how short on time he is now to make any difference. He will not bother with the stairs. He's going for a back of the house window.
Oh, okay. That's definitely going to be another roll.
Going straight fucking out of it.
So you're going to go through the window? You're going to open the window? What's the deal here? You're going to throw something?
He's going to go through the window.
You're going to go through the window?
If there is a small object of weight that he can grab on
I
his
would
way
say
past,
so.
Chuck it.
We'll allow that, definitely. So as you head towards the rear window,
burst through.
yeah, you find a small marble statue, a small bust, maybe a family member perhaps. You grab it as
the one that
you
made the deal.
possibly. It looks very similar. Yeah, it looks very similar. But you catch it with one hand as you charge towards the window. You throw it, breaks the glass open. You dive through the window. You are going to need to make me another acrobatics or athletics, or acrobatics would be definitely.
Go with acrobatics.
It'd definitely be acrobatics because you're going out of window. This will be with advantage, by the way.
I'll steal that advantage for this because this is risky as shit.
It is risky shit. A natural 20. Double nat 20s. Holy shit. Another nat 20. As Droplet, you grab the statue, you throw it, shatters the glass. You hit the glass almost at the identical time that the bust breaks the glass open. You describe exactly how Droplet breaches this window and lands on the exterior.
So Droplet is sprinting through the house. His head is low. His talon is drawn. For anyone that doesn't know, that is the name of the katana.
Yes,
and
Droplet's
as
talon.
this window smashes from the bust, he leaps through in that sort of poised assassin crouch in the air. With his arms crossed in front of him, breaks them back to the side as he smashes through. Anybody watching from the crypt will see this in slow motion.
I'd almost get the impression he puts his wings out to almost glide him to the ground somewhat, giving him a little distance as well.
Yeah, he's not very good at flying, as he's in fact a Kenku.
Hey, you still get a little bit of glide, I
gives it a
think.
go. He has feathers.
Yeah, it'd be a glide. You wouldn't definitely be able to get any lift. But I'd say if he extended his wings, he'd get a bit of glide, get a bit of distance. You could tuck
moving
into
slightly
a
to one
roll
side
and
because he's got
hero
the katana
landing.
on one end.
Yeah, I mean hero landing.
And as he has that slight slow descent off of it when he lands, he uses his katana to break the fall of the glide. Just against the dirt as he skids in front of anything that he might have managed to intercept by speed. If not, he will just
Probably
turn and
not.
look at the crypt.
But as you land, where you would land in comparison to the group, as you guys round the corner and sort of breach that slight rise heading into the back over by the crypt there, you would hear the glass shatter. And as I would imagine you would look in that general direction as the glass shatters from a story above, and you would just see Droplet through the window, sort of partial glide, partial fall, then, or I would even say even a slight somersault, and then lands, slides forward, samurai, the sword drawn, and then looks up, blinking with these bright wide eyes in your direction, and then stands and then starts sprinting in your direction as well, as you both groups then converge on the crypt doors.
I mean, I'd just be sprinting at the crypt. I'd see my party coming and then just be like, very good, fury focus, crypt.
And
Go.
I'd say you were all in that similar sort of mindset. You now know that something really bad has happened. At the time you guys reach the crypt doors, the door of the house flies open, and Katrine Cabell breaches herself, running in that same direction towards you. Do you say anything to her, or do you just head down the crypt?
No time for pleasantries.
Does anyone say anything to her at all before we carry on?
Nothing to her.
Nothing to her? Hyper focus?
Droplet.
Xerxes?
I'm not going to say anything, but I'm going to use my final divine sense.
Oh, you definitely get a fiendish presence almost instantly, and it's directly in front of you in that crypt.
I just yell, stay back.
She runs another 4 or 5 steps before you can see. I mean, if you were looking at her, but you're probably not, she sort of keeps running and then sort of stops, thinks about continuing, and then just collapses on her knees on the ground, sobbing. The 4 of you descend into the crypt with purpose. Bear in mind, this is all sort of happening simultaneous, so you haven't really slowed your pace. You start descending into the crypt. The sconces appear to all be lit, giving you plenty of light to see. You descend into the crypt below. One second here.
As we communicate with Katrine. Was it Katrine?
Katrine, yes.
Yes. She'll hear from Droplet, another unusual voice that she hasn't heard from him. Sort of loud, so that it can be heard across the distance, but in a tone that is calm. That it just says, I will see it done.
No worries. You descend into
And
the
then
well-lit...
there's another very loud sound that comes from Droplet that sounds very familiar to some of the party that just says, I'll string you up by your fucking testicles.
I love it. You descend into the crypt. The light's lit as you break the bottom of the stairs and enter the crypt itself. You see a very familiar figure, Berry, the housekeeper. She is standing close to Richard's tomb. You can see that she is kind of scratching away on the floor next to Richard's tomb. Anyone who is familiar with Arcane, which I would say be just Elliot at this point.
Me?
No?
No?
This spell probably not so much.
Oh,
You definitely have a somewhat understanding of the arcane, but Alien probably more than anyone. She's scratching arcane sigils on the floor, and it looks like she's forming a circle. You would understand this as either some form of teleportation or a gate, something. Knowing your understanding of the darkness, since your passenger has been with you, you would probably lean more towards a gateway at this point. She seems preoccupied. She hasn't seen you yet. Under one arm, her left arm, you see the bundled cloth of a child. You guys aren't really stealthing, are you? You sort of come in here with purpose, right? So you haven't really stealthed at all.
Straight, Droplet knows his target. Droplet is going for the kill.
No problem.
Yeah.
He's sprinting in with an attack in his mind.
So, that being said, she stands, realizing you're coming, and turns towards you and raises a hand, basically telling you stop. And you can see her fingers on her left hand, which are cradling this child. Long talons form and grow, and one curls up and is resting on the neck of the child. Do you stop?
Droplet sees this. How obvious are these talons?
Oh, they're obvious. You're looking 4-inch talons. Like
Droplet definitely would see that.
Yeah.
With the torches lit then, I imagine.
It's very well lit in this room. It is obvious to see that she means business. Her eyes are now pure black. It's pretty obvious to all of you that this Berry is not who you thought she initially was.
Not very nice.
She's probably not Berry at all, I would imagine.
She's buried the devil.
Fuck up. Assholes. Fucking puns, man. I'm gonna have to create a pun monster to punish you guys for this shit. You get that? I'm gonna punish you. Anywho, back to
Droplet has
what it
no
is.
choice. He has to skid to a stop.
So
Cannot
Droplet
endanger the
halts.
child.
The rest of you stop.
Talons on a chalkboard.
the old
Probably
cartoon
be a
stop.
skid across the floor.
The
yes.
cartoon stop.
Uses his
But he has
blade.
one thing to say as he does so.
If any of you attempt to speak, she raises a finger to her lips and just simply says, "Shh." And none of you
What
are
if it's
able to
abyssal?
speak,
Oh no.
as none of you have the ability to counterspell this, and there is no way you can save from it, as silence is cast upon all of you. So you are unable to speak at this moment. As her form starts to slowly shift, the skin on her forehead cracks and splits and separates and virtually drops away like it's a suit, drops to the ground, and before you stands 6'2", 6'3", she sort of stands to her full height, wings unfurl. This creature reveals her true form, cracks her neck from side to side, and simply says, "You realize there's no point in killing me here. I shall only return to the hells, and then I shall just come back again. Next time, I shall be less than forgiving. After all, it was my deal. The child belongs to me by contract. A contract that cannot be broken." And she waves a hand, and the contract appears a piece of parchment, and she throws it towards you, Xerxes, and it lands at your feet. The contract states, this contract set out the terms of a deal made between Richard Cabell, acting in his role as head of the Cabell family, and the devil known on the material plane as Yeth. Yeth shall ensure that the residence commonly known as Cabell Manor, located there and 3.5 miles north of Beach Burton, remains in possession of the Cabell family, which is defined as a family unit containing the legal heir of Richard Cabell for as long as it exists. Yeth shall ensure that the Cabell family does not lose possession of the house due to financial or legal hardships. These include it being rendered as an unsuitable dwelling due to lack of maintenance and or repairs. While this contract remains in place, any attempt of the Cabell family to sell or otherwise move out of the Cabell Manor shall be considered a breach of contract. In return for this service, while Cabell Manor exists and is recognizable dwelling, Yeth is entitled to transport one member of the Cabell family, as defined above, into the Nine Hells on the date shown on this contract and an interval of every 100 years from that date. Yeth is considered to be the legal owner of her chosen family member from that moment, from the moment it is transported into the Hells. Any breach of this contract shall result in the breaching party saving their immortal souls, confiscated by Asmodeus, Lord of the Nine Hells. It is signed by Richard Cabell, and is signed also by Yeth. And she then waves a hand. Again, the contract disappears from your hands, and you have the ability to speak once again. Now, the choice is yours. We shall fight, you shall die, or I will die, I come back. Take the child anyway. What say you?
I turn my head around to look at the other three. And I turn back and cast Compelled Jewel on her.
You cast what is it? Compelled Jewel.
Compelled Jewel.
She needs to make a wisdom save. That is a spell, I believe.
Yep.
So she will get advantage on this. Forgot to roll advantage, but I'll roll it again. Still didn't help. I said it, 13. She saves. She meets it. She met your DC, so she saved. You attempt to compel a creature into duel, one creature, blah, blah, blah. So it has no effect on her, unfortunately. But that would also, I believe, initiate the combat situation, as you've attempted to coerce her. So we will roll initiative again, ladies and germs. Everyone has rolled initiative. Ooh, interesting.
Bounced off another nat 20.
So, Elliot, you get the initiative at this point.
She's still got the child.
She still has the child in her hands. It's gonna be 1 second just to check something here to make sure once combat is initiated here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. She, as you attempt to cast a spell, she looks at you directly, Xerxes, and just grins, holds the child up with one hand, and then drops the child, who promptly vanishes, and then readies herself for combat. So, Elliot, you get the first attack here, as you are first in combat. Xerxes, you're up after this. You're on, you get second attack. So, Elliot, she is probably 15 feet from you guys, 15, 20 feet at most. So you are definitely within any kind of range. You're able to get within melee of her if you wish, but it is up to you what you do at this point.
No worries. So being back in this place, seeing what she's done, seeing that she had the child, Elliot lets the darkness in this place consume him.
Ooh,
and the
interesting.
shadow that's been on him envelops him, and he uses Form of Dread.
I was waiting for this. I was waiting for this. So, give me 1 second here. So, Elliot, yep. I believe everything is the same for your Form of Dread.
Yep.
Let's make sure we've got everything the same. I'm pretty sure I've just changed. Yes, I did. Okay, so Elliot, we're going to delete. We're going to add your Form of Dread to the combat. I'm going to give it your 19.16.
Yep.
Which should put you up there, and then we're going to delete your form, and we're gonna put you back up to there. So
it should have 17 hit points and 12.
17 hit points?
Yep, that's Elliot's.
Okay, we can do that.
And then the 12 from the transformation.
So it'll be 29 total. Here we go. And armor class is the same, 14?
Yep.
Cool, done. So that is your turn. Is that all you can do?
No. That's a bonus action.
Okay, that bonus action. She's also has to make a wisdom save too, don't she? Oh no, it's once on each of your turns. Sorry. So at this point, yeah, you can make it on this turn if you wanted to.
Yeah. So what happens is the smoke that's been surrounding him envelops him, and you see this tiny little shoe. It's like a schoolboy shoe, and you hear this voice, "Daddy, Daddy, is that you? I'm scared. Why are you not moving?" And it comes out, and the wings push the smoke away, and it just gives this horrible screech as its flesh flails off the side of it, and it all starts to. And he sort of lunges at it, and he tries to like push an Eldritch Blast in the face of this.
No worries. So target away and roll your Eldritch Blast as this dark entity has essentially just enveloped Elliot. Elliot is no longer there, but this creature stands in his place. You hit, yes, dealing 3 points of force damage. I will also say I will give you advantage on your next attack against her as well, as you've given into the darkness for the first time, and it feels good. Surprisingly, just the letting go, this form that you now hold, feels good in a very evil way.
And I'm guessing, I feel like Grim feels like she can't be frightened. Still attempt that with the attack.
You're still going to attempt it? No need for her to even roll. She's immune. She definitely is not frightened by you at all.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Probably look like one of its cousins or something.
Potentially. In fact, as you twist and grow into this form and this darkness takes over, she almost grins back at you as if to say, welcome. Takes the hit and just grins in a very eerie sort of way. With that,
Yep.
Xerxes, it's your turn. You'd be very aware that your companion Elliot looks very, very different in this form.
Following his lead, I'll say to the other three, look away, before I say in Infernal directly to Yeth. Yeth, fight me, and I pull my mask off.
I would say, I'd say she's not worried by you at all. She's immune to fear, so
Okay.
yeah, she's not concerned with the way that you look at all. But she's happy to fight you. So, did we say that was an action for you to do that,
It
or
is an
it was an action? So, do you have a bonus action that you wish to use?
No.
No. Okay. So, it is now.
Not unless I'll just move up into her face.
Okay. No worries. We'll move you into melee range. With that, it is now Yes' turn. She does not carry a weapon, it seems. And I forgot to set her up with unarmed strike, but he definitely does have it. I can do something here. Let's steal it from Elliot, because it'll be similar stats. Possibly. Not that she's going to use it anyway. She is going to... Is that touch? Since Xerxes, you've moved up into range of her, she's going to reach a hand out towards you, and from her hand creates a puff of noxious gas from her palm. You need to succeed on a con save for me, please. So if you just highlight your own token, and then in the chat just hit the saving throw on the spell. So you click on your own token just to highlight it, and then just click on the spell poison spray in the chat, and it'll, if you click the saving throw there, it should do it.
I can't see that.
Hang on a minute. I know why. I did a thing. I was supposed to roll that publicly. There you go. Try that. You save. You good. So you take no damage from that.
I breathe in.
You probably would. Oh, I mean, you're immune to poison anyway, aren't you?
Not yet.
Not yet. I know it's one of your things. But anyway, she releases the puff of noxious gas, and then you see that obvious look of disappointment as it doesn't seem to affect you. That is her action. As a bonus action, she is going to the Misty Step behind you. And she moves towards the stairs behind you guys, cutting off any escape that you may have planned. Not that I believe you have any escape planned, but she does move away from your melee range, Xerxes. Does not provoke an opportunity attack, however, because she literally vanishes and reappears. So that is her turn. Droplet, it is now your turn. She vanishes from in front of you. You hear her you'd hear that visible sort of re-emerging, and she'd probably chuckle as well as you turn, and she's now standing behind you between the door and you.
I don't suppose there's any wiggle room around the creature.
Around the what?
The creature, the evil beastie.
Oh, you could probably get past her if you tried. She may get an attack of opportunity, however, if you tried to move past her. I mean, it's fairly wide stairs. You're looking at probably 15 feet. But she's sort of standing in the center of it.
Yeah.
It's not looking like she's trying to escape. It's more like she's trying to put herself into maybe a more advantageous position, perhaps. Or just showing that she has power, I guess. Who knows? But it is up to you what you do.
So, I believe Droplet would be going to engage, but coming in from the side, so at the same, like, closeness to the stairs.
I mean, you can try. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you try and come in from the side. She knows where you are. She'll turn to face you.
Yeah, I'm not looking for like anything like that. Just for personal positioning. You want to be equidistant to the exit.
Yeah, easily enough done. You can. I mean, you can still move. You can move yourself on there and move yourself into position to get close to her. That's easily enough done. You're in melee range. You can attack her if you wish.
As Droplet comes up and is closing this distance, he will repeat the abyssal from earlier. The contract is terminated. Yeah, and he wants you to fuck off too.
No worries.
Obviously, he has no idea what he's saying.
She will reply in Infernal. Not that you'll understand it, but what the two that do understand it will hear is that the contract is only terminated when I say it is.
An attack. Droplet's target is blocked by a wall.
Is it?
Apparently you're off the board. Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Try that.
That would be better.
There should be no walls there, so I don't know why it's been blocked by a wall.
It wouldn't let me walk that far either, so I just assumed.
Oh, maybe maybe there is a wall there. Oh yes, maybe there is.
Ah. Well, now we know.
Yeah, there is. Believe it or not. I probably should move you guys down further to make it easier. Here we go. Make your attack.
12.
Misses. She is able to fend off your main hand attack. You are able to use your offhand as an unarmed attack in this instance.
Excellent. Unarmed strike.
Which does hit.
Better.
You strike with your talon initially, and she manages to fend it off with her clawed hand. But as you, with that slight distraction, crack her in the ribs with your offhand, dealing 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Is that your turn, Droplet? I believe so. I believe it will be.
Yes.
Dags, is now your turn.
Dags would likely just shoot his bow at this thing, not wanting to get close.
Target away and shoot your bow. Elliot, you're on board after this. That would miss. Your arrow goes wide, striking the stairs behind, unfortunately. Is that all you're going to do, Dags?
Yes, indeed.
Back to the shadow form of Elliot Duskborn, the winged shadow just oozing and emanating a darkness which seems to be almost accentuated in this place. As I said, the darkness seems to be flowing through you at this point, Elliot. So this attack, if you're using Eldritch Blast, will be at advantage. And you would know that just the releasing that darkness through the Eldritch Blast is something that you really want to do right now.
Alright, that's exactly what he will do. Boop.
That hits, dealing another 5 points of force damage. Did you hex? Oh, you hexed the dog, didn't you?
I have hexed the dog, yeah.
Does the hex tell you where the dog is? Is that one thing that hex does? Is it some of the hunter's mark? I forget. I don't think it does it?
Because it does a thing.
Yeah, I don't think it does. Did we just lose Grim? No, you're still there.
No.
I thought we lost you for a second. But your Eldritch Blast does hit, yes, and does deal damage. She doesn't look very worse for wear though. She still looks pretty good.
And I'll move up to her and just scream in her face.
No worries, easily enough done. That is your turn.
Ooh, actually, no, I will cast Hex on her.
You are going to cast Hex? Okay, so...
I am going to cast Hex. Should be my last spell anyway.
No worries. So that's your bonus action, cast Hex.
Yep, I'll roll it.
So she is hexed. You are concentrating. Hex will give you, remember, we need to add 4 damage to your attacks. Yep. Moving forward, you are concentrating. What were you concentrating on, Xerxes?
Compelled Duel, which failed.
Which failed, so we can remove the concentration there. Xerxes' turn. Your turn.
Did you disadvantage an ability on her as well?
No. What is your disadvantage disability? Which ability are you going to give her a disadvantage on?
Dexterity?
Dexterity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Why not?
I will run in closer distance, swinging my flail all the while.
No worries.
Until I can get close enough to swing and hit her.
You're within range. You're definitely within range, so.
I'd like to aim for her knees.
Okay, aim for her knees.
Hang on, I haven't targeted.
Yeah, we'll move you into within melee range so you can actually roll it properly. Epic flail. I
don't know why that was advantage.
You're flanking, that's why. You got flanked. You got flanking there. Does hit with a 7. You do strike her in the knee region with the flail. It does not seem to bother her quite so much though. It does sort of. She moves, but she just her head turns almost almost fully around because she was facing Droplet. Elliot's form comes in and attacks, and then you come in from that side and attack her again, and her whole head just turns and looks at you, Xerxes, almost fully around backwards. Very, very creepy. And she grins once again.
And I'll just say again in Infernal, fight me.
No worries. It is your turn. It is now her turn. And what do you know? She turns to face you. She is going to... Ooh, hang on. She's definitely targeting you. She's going to cast... this spell. So again, Xerxes, you will need to make a wisdom saving throw. I could probably get it over here this time. Where is it? So I'll get you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. as natural 1 on the save. With a natural 1, your head is filled with a cacophony of whispers, multiple languages, infernal, celestial, just from everywhere. It is deafening in your mind, and you take 12 points of psychic damage. And I will remove that from your... And I believe you are unconscious. You're muted, sir. We need to...
I've just messaged you back what happens.
Ah, yes. I remember that. I can't read it in Discord because otherwise everyone's going to see it.
Where do you want me to put it?
Just whisper it to me in Foundry.
Yeah.
What's up, Shadow?
I can just type it in, right, and then go private GM roll.
You should be able to just type /whisper space and then game master. So / it's just like whispering anything in any game. /W space. It should autofill, so you should just be able to select game master, type the message, and then hit enter. Cool. So, Elliot, you would probably see this. No one else will. But, so I need you to make... on your next turn, Xerxes will get you making that save. But, Elliot, as Xerxes drops to the floor, you see him sort of grab his head for a moment, and then his eyes roll back in his head and he slumps to the ground. You see a small shadow of a butterfly sort of raise from his shoulder and start hovering over his body. It's bigger than your average butterfly, but it's the shape, basically the shadow of a butterfly, and only you can see it. No one else can. Yes, then literally you states, 1 down, 1, 3 to go. Bring it on, lad. I can do this all day and all night. Who's next? And that is her turn. Droplet, it is now your turn. You have seen your friend, or your new friend, Xerxes, drop to unconsciousness. What do you do?
What do I do indeed? It's going to put a bit of a pause in Droplet's original idea. Having noted Xerxes clunking to the ground, I believe Droplet will just be forced to take the opportunity while Yeth is not facing him. Strike again.
You hit, dealing 9 points of a slashing damage. Though she does not seem to be bothered by this. Opens a very small wound indeed.
Follow through.
Follow through with the unarmed strike. Also hits. 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Once again, you strike and it's like hitting almost like a solid leather punch bag, something you've used before during training. It just doesn't seem, it's not like hitting a person, it seems much more solid. And she turns her head again almost completely around and just grins at you. Is that your turn, Droplet?
Yes, Droplet will be leveling his gaze piercingly at this creature, but that's about it.
That is... Dags is now your turn. Too early on that save, Xerxes, but thanks. We'll take that one.
Dags is starting to kind of think, what the fuck? And almost reluctantly is going to shoot another arrow.
Target and shoot away. Hits.
Do I get sneak attack on that as well?
You will. You got friends within 5 feet, so you do 8 points of damage. Although she seems to again not be concerned with the damage at all. She's starting to look a little rough now, but she doesn't seem bothered by it at all. She seems almost happy in her work. I mean, you guys did hear what she said. Killing her is not really going to make much of a difference in this situation. She'll just come back. So she doesn't seem concerned at all what's going on. In fact, she just seems intent on taking one or all of you with her. Is that your turn, Dags?
Yep.
Elliot, it is now your turn.
Elliot, being aware that what he's doing is working and it feels good, he's just gonna Eldritch Blast her again.
It is a range attack, so if you're in melee range, it will be at disadvantage. So you do need to back away.
And he would too.
I think he would in the form of Dread. She will get an attack of opportunity, but we'll resolve your Eldritch Blast first. So I'll just move you back one square there.
Yep.
Target away and Eldritch Blast, good sir. She is hexed as well, so you will get extra damage if you hit. You miss. Unfortunately, for some reason, you held that energy and you released it, and you were just slightly off. Maybe it was seeing Xerxes drop. Even though right in this moment, you don't really care. Maybe Elliot somewhere in there does care a little bit, and it's sort of just made you a little bit off target there. I'll just move you back so she can target you, and she will target you with a unarmed attack and misses. So you are good. She misses you. So that is your turn, Elliot.
Yep.
Xerxes. So, what happens with you initially? Obviously, with the... I'll go find out where it was now. There it is. You made your save. So you managed to resist the urge at this point. No need to make another one yet. We'll make the next one on your turn. So it'll be again same as before. Just make it a private GM save. But you are resisting at this point. You're hanging on, shall we say? Obviously, you guys don't know this. All you see is him down. He's not moving. His eyes are rolled back white in his head. Did you put your mask? You didn't put your mask back on either, did you? No. So his eyes are rolled back white, and his mouth is slightly open. That half decayed side of his face is sort of leaning that way, so it's all fully exposed, and he looks fully dead. Even though he's not. I mean, even when he's alive, he looks fully dead with his current condition, but he's not looking healthy at all. So with that, it is now Yes' turn. She looks down at Xerxes and then turns to you, Elliot. And And Elliot, what is she going to do? As a bonus action, is she going to do that? Is she not? No, not yet. She is going to... Let's change that to a public role so we can see this. She's going to target you. And Elliot, you'll need to make a wisdom saving throw for me. Ooh, 12. What is her DC? Because I didn't say it on there. I need to check her DC. Give me a second. You're lucky. Very lucky. You did save. You feel, for a second, you feel that pressure on your mind, and you almost look at her in a very different light. But then, even though you feel good in this dark space and this dark energy that's now running through you, and the darkness that lies within you is feeling amazing, in your mind you hear, "He's mine." I don't think so. And you shrug off the effect. That is pretty much all she's going to do. Droplet, it is your turn. And Dags, you're on board after that.
I have a very important question to make regarding metagaming.
Yes.
Do all of us know what was on the contract?
It was read out, so you all are aware of what is on the contract. Yes.
Good. This is a questionable decision.
Hey, you all heard what it was read out. So you're all aware of what is in the contract. What is Droplet doing? What is Droplet's plan?
Droplet looks at this creature, unfazed by our attacks, and looks at his weapon. Is there even any blood on it?
No, there is not.
Forgive me. Droplet is going to sprint up the stairs and out of the crypt.
Ooh, interesting. She will get an attack, but she will get an attack of opportunity as you leave her melee range, however. So I will resolve that right now. It's only it's just an unarmed strike, so it's nothing major. She misses. You are good.
Cool.
You managed to leave her range, so you disappear up the stairs. You dashing, or you just
I'm
action?
going as fast as I can.
So
up
double
and
movement.
out of this crypt
So
towards the house.
Your
yes.
movement is 30 feet.
It is currently 30. Yes.
So you move 60 feet, which will get you to the top of the stairs. She does not seem concerned. She takes a swipe at you as you disappear and just starts to cackle as if believing that you're running away, leaving your friend to die, which does not faze her at all. You're at the top of the stairs. We'll leave you there. That is your turn. The rest of you, Dags and Elliot, you see Droplet turn and run. Dags, it is your turn. You have no idea why. Elliot is still laying, Xerxes is still laying motionless at the feet of this creature. She's standing over him, wings out, claws drawn, just looking at you, grinning, waiting for the next attack. What do you do, Dags? Natural 20 on the short bow attack. Well done. 10 points of damage.
No one's next to her, so.
No, unfortunately, with Xerxes being unconscious, you do not gain the benefits of sneak attack on this particular attack. She does take the damage, and it seems to be a little more damage than before, but she just reaches up, grabs the arrow, and yanks it out and throws it to the ground. Although this time you do see a trickle of darkened blood-like substance start to run down her chest. Is that your turn, Dags?
Yep.
Elliot, it is now your turn. Your form of dread still seething darkness.
Yep. Just gonna keep going, like he's
Keep going on the Eldritch Blast.
running on pure instinct.
Advantage on the Eldritch Blast, please. Definitely hits with a dirty 20. 9 points of force damage. That hurt her. That rocks her on her feet.
Yeah, and then 4 necrotic.
Plus 4 necrotic. The necrotic doesn't seem to do anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, I had a feeling about that too.
She is from the house,
Yeah.
but she is not looking good. She is hurt. You saw that damage as you struck her mid, like you're aiming center mass. You're just reaching out with everything you have, all that darkness within you, and you're releasing that dark energy. That dark blast of force energy just sits center mass, and she takes a step backwards. And then you sort of see her eyes sort of blink for a second. And then she takes a big, deep breath in and just lets out a guttural, demonic growl. She's now starting to look hurt. Anything else, Elliot?
I'm going to move between her and where...
Okay, so you're going to move towards the stairs?
So sort of around and...
Yep, no worries. Easily enough done. And that's your turn, Xerxes. I need you to make that save for me again, please. You are good. Once again, the entity beckons, shows you many, many scenes that are enticing, but you hold on, you hold out, not willing to go just yet. Back to Yes turn. Not so worried about you anymore, not worried about... Xerxes is not really worried about Droplet. She turns her attention to you, Dags, as you were the last one, or not the last one to hurt her, but you're the only one now between her and her destination, which is those writings on the floor. And she looks at you, grins. Oh, this is so much overkill, but she's going to do it anyway. Actually, no, she's not. I lie. She is going to target you with a firebolt, and she will miss. The bolt of flame, as she charges it in her hand, reaches out and fires it towards you. You manage just to pull your shoulder to one side, and it zips over your shoulder, catching your cloak, and you get a little bit of a sss as it catches the edge of your cloak. And you can see that sort of grimace across her face as she then misty steps once again back towards the circle that she was drawing on the ground, and starts to continue what she was doing. She was about a third the way through. That is her turn. Droplet is now your turn. You're at the top of the stairs. What is Droplet's plan? Where are you headed?
Am I correct in remembering that there are torch sconces at the top of these stairs?
There are, indeed.
Is there a flaming one that I can grab on the way past?
Most certainly. Easily enough done.
I will be taking that and continuing at the greatest pace that I can manage to the house.
Duly
Cabell
noted.
Manor.
It'll take you at least the next 2 turns to get there. It's about 110 feet from the 120 feet from the crypt to the house. As you breach
two
full
sprints.
turns, yeah. So you dash. You get
Halfway there.
to within halfway. You see Katrine Cabell is still on her knees, hand and face, as you breach the crypt, heading towards the house. You know that Athon Cabell is still potentially inside, unconscious, upstairs. That is your movement. You are there. Next up is Dags. What is your intention here, Dags? You've watched, she's fired a firebolt at you and then she's vanished and reappeared behind you. And is now feverishly working with charcoal or whatever on the floor, attempting to finish whatever she had started previously.
Well, I am going to use prestidigitation.
Ah. What are you going to do with prestidigitation?
I'm going to make a mark on what she's already writing.
Ah, interesting. Interesting.
Attempt to mess up what she's writing.
You can definitely see what
Like
she's
that.
writing in this. Where are you, Dags? I need you, firstly, because of reasons, to make this roll.
Yes.
You are without focus on your spells. Unfortunately, as you concentrate or attempt to concentrate on the spell that you know, but without your focus, you just can't get the wording right. You release what you think is the spell, and nothing happens. Nothing at all. It's like the words won't come. It's like you draw a blank almost immediately, and I can't remember it. Why can't I remember it? Is that an action or a bonus action? I believe that's an action.
That's an action.
Yeah. So that is your action. Do you have a bonus action that you can use in this instance?
Nope.
Nope. So that is you. Back to the top. Elliot. You've seen now her again misty step back towards this circle that she's feverishly trying to complete. She was a third the way done. I'd say by now she's got at least one more glyph done. She's now working on the next one.
Eldritch Blast.
Hey, Eldritch Blast, 120 feet. She's definitely within range. So target, and once again with advantage because of where you are and just the pure darkness that you're feeling right now.
That is rough.
You definitely hit her though. 9 points of damage. She topples over this time and is now prone. As the force just literally knocks her over, big sort of scroll marks through the rune that she was just drawing, and you hear an infernal no, and she is letting out a really sort of frustrated grunt. All the rest, anyone else that hears that doesn't know infernal would just hear a demonic growl come from her. Anything else? Oh, you do. How much more damage? It was 4, wasn't it? No, because it's necrotic. So no.
Yeah, it's because it's necrotic.
Okay.
Elliot will just move as close to her as get,
You
So
would
30
get.
feet.
You would get with she Misty Step 30 feet, so I'd say you'd get within melee. So it's easy enough done. I'll move you down there.
Charles.
Put you guys close together. Easy enough done. So that's your turn.
Yep.
Xerxes, I need you to make that save for me again, please. I would say with that, no more saves for you. You are not conscious, but you're no longer tempted. You are, I would say, for all intents and purposes, you are stable. Not that anyone else knows this right now. Elliot, I mean, Elliot, you would still sense the presence of that entity, that butterfly, because it is a dark energy, but it's also a light energy. It's kind of weird. It's a very interesting thing, but you can still sense its presence there. With that, it is now Yes' turn. She turns to look at you, Elliot, and just grins. I'll see you soon. And she will cast Fireball on herself. So, Dags and Elliot both need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Do I have to target myself to do that?
Yes, you don't target, you just highlight your character, just a single click, and then you hit the saving throw. You're good, you'll take half damage. Elliot, you're good, you'll take half damage. So you both take 16 points of fire damage.
I'll take a quarter because I'm resistant.
Oh, there you go, so you'll take 8.
Nice.
Dags, you'll take 16. Is Dags unconscious?
Yes.
So Dags, you are unconscious.
Oh, I did the health and everything.
Yep, now you got us all that.
Does the second part of my thing apply?
I forget what that was. And let me read.
Okay.
I gotta scroll back up to find it.
It might not, but
and we did wasn't a saving throw on a success.
it's the last sentence.
Yeah, I mean, you see it all the time, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, you see it anytime you go down. Because the last, I don't see it. All I see is that upon subsequent death, you'll be subject to the same roll.
That's... Sorry, that might be too far. Hang on, I'll copy the bit out.
Yeah, just re-put in the piece that you want me to read. But anywho, so is Elliot still up?
Yeah.
Yes, Elliot's still awake. Cool. So that is it. Yeth also needs to make this dex save before I forget. Oh, she almost got a natural one, but she also drops to death as she only had 2 hit points left. So with that, technically Dags is not dead yet.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah. So they actually have to die, not just become unconscious. So that's good. So Yeth doesn't even let out a cry. She just lets out a guttural growl, demonic growl, as the fireball ignites around all three of you. Her form drops to the ground and then slowly just melts away at your feet, Elliot, and dissipates to nothing, leaving in her place the swaddled baby Henry at your feet, sleeping soundly, it seems, unfazed by what has just happened. For all intents and purposes, we are now out of combat, but for the time being, we're going to stay in the combat order. Droplet, you now make it to the house, torch in hand. What is your intent? You're muted, sir.
From being halfway to getting to the house, I would have passed Katrin, yes?
Yes.
I would have sort of grabbed her by the shoulder to drag her into the same sprint with me to the house.
Let's see. I don't know if you'd understand exactly what's going on.
A little bit.
Would slow down a little bit. I mean, you'd still get to the house. This might be a little slower than you intended. Seeing you with a torch in hand, I don't know that she would understand what was going on.
I don't expect anyone to understand what's going on.
I'm just going to make a quick roll here. I'll roll it publicly. Two. I would say that she does, because of the state she's in, she does rise with you as you sort of in momentum grab her, but she will slow you to a point to you probably won't get to the house on this turn, and she will ask, what are you doing? What's with the torch? What's going on? And you can see the tears. Where's Henry? Just question after question after question, almost in a like a panic state. So you're not at the house yet. So we'll leave you there. You can respond if you wish. I don't know if Droplet can respond in any way. How does Droplet respond to the questions, if anything?
Droplet's response to the massive questions would be to start citing the contract.
Any particular part or the whole thing?
Start went.
Okay. I mean, she knows the contract. She's actually no, she probably wouldn't. Okay, we'll leave you there for a second. Back to the Dags. I need you to make a private DM death save for me. So just a D20 roll, private GM. Cool, thank you. That is you. Elliot, is now to you. The combat is essentially over. This explosion has taken place. The demon melted before you, leaving a child at your feet.
So Elliot drops to his knees and his eyes start welling with tears, and he sort of rubs it off. And he picks up the baby and he sort of cradles it. And then he looks back at the other two. He's like, I don't suppose you have some sort of medical degree. I think we're in a spot of bother. And he slowly moves over to Dags and he's trying to work out how the hell he's going to stop him from passing on.
So, form of dread still active, yes.
No, he would drop it.
You would drop it. So we will return, we'll leave you there for now, but your form of dread drops. You move over to Dags, looking down at him. You can see his very burnt body not moving. I will allow you to make a medicine roll. You're not proficient in medicine, are you?
I don't believe so. Nope.
So that denotes the DC. So make this medicine roll to see if you can stabilize your friend. 12. You try your best. You believe, I mean, you're not sure. You're not entirely sure what you're doing, but you try and you grab a piece of his cloak and try and wrap up one of the wounds, and it just you're not sure. You're in a little bit of a panic as well. Baby in hand, Dag's on the floor. You look over your shoulder, you see Xerxes also lying motionless. You're not sure exactly what's going on. Droplet is nowhere to be seen. You saw him run out, abandon you. Not sure what's happening. You don't need to make saves anymore. Droplet is back to you. You're now pulling Ketra into the house. You're now in the house through the back door. We'll sort of go out of initiative here for a minute. So we'll stick with Droplet here for a moment. What is Droplet's intent? I mean, I know what your intent is. You know that Athon is upstairs unconscious. What is your first plan of action? What is your intent? Go through the steps. We'll resolve this before we go back to the group.
So as we are moving through the house now that we've come into the finished reading the contract out to I'm telling Katrin, like, I'm pausing for a moment. I'm looking her in the eye so she's facing me head on so she can see me and is focused on me. Get your valuables.
Repeat that.
Get your valuables.
Get your valuables. He looks at you and then looks back towards the crypt, which I would say you would get the impression that her child is her most valuable possession.
I will pull her to face me again. And repeat, get your valuables, while I light the nearest curtain on fire.
That's a different story. She looks at you, she looks back over her shoulder briefly, and then looks up towards the upstairs, and then grabs you by the shoulders and nods feverishly and takes off. She disappears. Do you carry on lighting things, or do you wait?
I will be heading upstairs to... Is it Athon?
Athon is upstairs, yes.
I'll be heading upstairs to him, into that room, into the nursery,
Okay.
to make sure that we're getting him out.
That's where she's headed as well. So you both head up the stairs to the nursery. The both of you, it would be a little difficult for her to move an unconscious body on her own, but with both of you,
I'm not very strong, but
doesn't matter. With the two of you, you would be strong enough to underarm each, pick him up. By this time, he's semi-conscious, so he's not fully dead weight. He's able to sort of give you some aid to pull himself to his feet, although very sluggish. He sort of trips and falls, and every now and again, it's going to take a little bit to get him out. But you do manage to eventually get him down the stairs. Can't go back to the kitchen. That room is now fully ablaze. This house is old. It definitely is mainly wood. Didn't take long for that room to fully become alight. You head for the front door, which is still barred. You have to put him down. You can, between the two of you, you'll get the bar off easily enough. But you have to put Athon down. Good. It will take time. You manage to get the bar off without too many hassles, and you exit the front of the building, heading towards the gate.
Are there any shiny objects, like anything gold or silver or valuable, on the way out?
Not that you can really see. Not that you would really notice. I think you're probably more focused on
their person.
Hard to tell on this with what's going on. I mean, the house is on fire. You got a very hurt person there with you. I'd say you're probably a little less focused on valuables as opposed to anything else.
This is fair.
A little bit of an urgent situation as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
well,
you
once he's got
exit
them
the
out
house.
The front,
yes.
He will sort of gesture to the carriage, which is a little bit distant from the house.
Yes.
It should be a point of safety. And Droplet will then head back inside.
Okay.
And he will start at the top of the house, but go right to the very top, and have a quick glance around in every room that he enters for anything that looks like it would be worth a good amount of money, as he sets every room on fire, working from the top down.
Roll a perception check for me, please.
Not
You don't
very good.
find a lot. Doesn't seem like...
This is
the-
acceptable.
Yeah, the family may be wealthy in assets rather than coin. You get the impression. But you go room by room, setting curtains, bedding, whatever is close at hand. By the
And
time...
when I enter the nursery,
Yes.
I want to specifically pick up the stuffed unicorn.
Okay, awesome. Easily enough done. Setting that room on a light, or that room alight also, you manage to eventually come back down. By the time you get down to the main stairs, not only is the kitchen fully ablaze, now most of the main hall is fully alight. I need you to make a deck. This is up your alley, so it should be pretty good. I need you to make a dexterity. No. Acrobatics to get through this. To get through this area without taking damage. As you, this house is pretty well ablaze now. 16.
16.
It is enough. You manage to weave your way through falling debris from an upper floor, certain areas that sort of flame as something catches light, maybe an oil lamp explodes, sending debris and flames in all directions, but you manage to make your way back out the front door, as now the house is fairly well engulfed in flames and starts to burn. We'll leave you there, go back to the crypt. Elliot, obviously you have two very unconscious people with you right now. I don't believe any of you had health potions on board when you came to this place. What I will say is, chat, you can help, is what I'll say. I will get you to make another medicine check on Dags in just a second.
Yep.
Is there any one or anything that you can maybe plead to, perhaps, to aid your friends? I know there's something that you could plead to, whether Elliot wants to. It may come at a cost. But does Elliot care enough about Dags to perhaps make that plea?
So he's giving it some thought, and he looks down at the child, and it floods all those memories back to him about his father and about the children he didn't get to know.
Yep.
And he looks down at Dags, and he goes, "Can you help? I cannot leave them to die."
Will you give in to me? Let me in. Stop fighting. It's not that bad. You enjoyed it. I could feel it. Admit it. You could do so much more.
Okay.
Excellent. And with that, you hold your hand, even you don't even really realize you're doing it. Your hand moves out over Dags's chest and just hovers over his chest. Make another medicine check with advantage. 16. As you hold your hand over Dags's chest, you feel that dark energy build inside you once again. As the shadow envelops your hand, your skin your tiefling skin darkens and becomes not unlike your form of dread once again. And you hover your hand over Dags' chest, and that energy releases and layers over top of him, almost covering him completely in shadow. Dags, I will get you to make a Constitution save with advantage for me, please. I can do it in here if you want me to. Might be easier. Can't say. Right, roll that with advantage. Double teens. Luckily for you, teens all you needed. In an instant, Dags, you feel weird. Your eyes flick open. You're staring up at Elliot, who's looking down on you, hand sort of hovering over your chest. Elliot's eyes are pure black. The blackest of black. No reflection. Just dark pools of nothingness. And as you pull your hand back, Elliot, the shadow pulls back from Dags' body. The burns are no longer there. Dags, you're at 1 hit point. You are conscious. But there are no burns. Elliot, however, you feel the burn of fire like you've never felt before. Consequences. Always. You take 5 points of fire damage. But the pain is intense and it lingers for quite some time. But Dags, you are conscious. Xerxes, your eyes snap open in this instant. As a result of your natural 20, you got on your last save. It took a while, but you came back from wherever it was you were going. You're at 1 hit point, and now conscious. We will end our combat there. So, we will just shut off our battle music as well. Elliot, that pain burns deep, and it's not like a skin burn. It's in your soul. It's like it's in your chest. You can feel it inside you. You hate it, but you accept it. I would say you're probably feeling, I mean, you tell me how you're feeling. You've accepted that now this entity with you, you've now agreed to open yourself to. How is Elliot feeling in this moment, apart from the intense pain burning in his soul?
Probably like he's finally failed all the years of trying to keep a step ahead of this, and he's just completely. He had all these hopes of pushing it back and getting one up on it, and it's here now.
You cut out again, Grim. God damn it, that last piece.
So he's given in, and it's all like he's failed.
Okay.
It's his one goal.
But at the same time, even with that intense feeling of failure, the power that was just coursing through your body felt pretty good. Intoxicating even. Like the best whiskey you've ever tasted, ever felt. Felt like you could drink of it with zero hangover kind of deal. It did feel good, as much as the despair that now sits with you. it was kind of cool at the same time. And you've also just saved the life of someone that you could potentially call friend in the future, if not already. So Xerxes, you're awake. As you slowly sit up and sort of survey what has gone on, you can see Dags again lying next to with Elliot sort of kneeling over him, looking around. Droplet's nowhere to be seen.
Where is Droplet?
On your feet, Dags. I believe our bird friend is doing something quite interesting.
I would
Judging from the
say,
smell.
yeah, I would say by now the smell of burning timber is quite prevalent. And it would be you would smell it definitely, and you would hear the sound of cracking wood and burning timbers, and the occasional explosion of oil lamps and bits and pieces and different things go. The sound of the house burning would be quite loud from where you are, as the house by now is fully in flame, fully alight. Droplet, you are still out the front near the Cabells themselves. Athon is semi-conscious and has asked several times where his son is. Katrin sort of has said, I don't know, in the tomb, I think, I'm not sure. She then turns to you, where's Henry? What's happening? Where are the others?
Droplet at first will reiterate the section of the contract that states that this is in effect
If the house exists.
as long as they own the house.
I was wondering whether someone was paying attention or not. Well done. We'll expedite this a little bit. The three of you emerged from the tomb, the crypt, seeing the house fully ablaze. Droplet, I would say, eventually moves around back around the side of the house to meet up with you guys as you all eventually merge together, reuniting the Cabells with their son. They're more than grateful to you. Hugs and kisses from Katrine. Weak handshakes from Athon as he is not well.
As I shake his hand, he gets 10 points of lay on hands.
Awesome. You're not doing too well yourself. Neither is Dags. You're both on the verge. You're still on the verge of death yourselves. You are very weak. You're able to walk. I'd say somewhat aided by Elliot and each other. Eventually, I would imagine that Katrine and Athon, who do have horses that can pull the carriage. Katrine grabs a horse, attaches it to the carriage, and you're all driven to Beachburton, where aid is rendered, food, drink, and a well-earned rest at the local inn. It appears the Cabells are not rich people, but have enough of a standing within Beachburton to warrant some privileges afforded to them by their family name alone. The house burns for hours, it seems, eventually collapsing in on itself. Who has Elliot? You probably have the most connection with that side of things. As you're seated at the table, eating and drinking, making sure everyone is reasonably well, Elliot, you get a message delivered to you from... Yes. The voice is very familiar. I curse you, Elliot Duskborn. Yes, I know who you are. We are connected now. Tell them they are free. Tell that bird I will never forget. I will see you soon.
Fucking demon. Appears the curse is lifted. Thanks to our little firebug here. You know, I was going to do legal recourse and have them declare themselves not heirs anymore, but I mean fireworks too.
Wait, my lantern didn't start the fire?
Oh, your lantern was well
Just
destroyed.
looks shiftily, side to side, just like.
We didn't start the fire.
Son of a bitch.
So you're saying like we don't need this anymore, and I pull out the arrowhead that pierced the Yeth and still has her blood on it, and I hand it to Elliot.
Seems like she's going to crop up at some point. She's not very happy with you, afraid, or me for whatever. But she won't be back to your child.
I'm gonna try to do my best impression of Droplet. You stupid bird.
In response, Droplet says in the voice of his adoptive father, for evil to win, all it takes is for good people to do nothing. And he turns to the Cabells, and he makes sure that they receive every single valuable that he picked up out of the house on his journey, so that they have some fucking money.
It wasn't a lot. I would say at the very least what you were able to retrieve wouldn't be worth a whole lot, maybe a few hundred gold, but that would be about it. But handing over the stuffed unicorn brings tears to Catherine's eyes, as it appears seemingly that it holds more value than the coin that you just handed over, or the valuable items.
And I say to them in the voice of one of the women among the traveling group that brought Droplet to Waterdeep, your new life is waiting. It's gonna be okay.
And that's probably a really good point to end this story. Well done, team.